This is Angel Sessions, and when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
Yes, this is Sherry Hill, the author of the Marquise Hill story, From the Cradle to the Bowl, and I'm on live with Jerry Royce.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Iris Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Bill Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for both wealth and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing World Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live. All right, and we got a Book Buzz sponsor tonight. All right, sponsor of our show, and that'll be Darlene Rucker-Williams. So hold tight, everybody, for her presentation.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all themes, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. That's right. Tonight we have the author of The Marquis Story, From the Cradle to the Bowl. That's right, talking about a hero, a young hero in his community and on the football field. All right, the Marquis Hill story, From the Cradle to the Bowl, is the compelling story of the life of New England Patriots lineman Marquis Hill, whose existence was tragically cut short when unforgiving currents of the Pocotrain River in Louisiana claimed him forever during a jet ski accident. This book provides a candid account of a little boy growing up in Louisiana who from young age was thrust in the midst of a cutthroat environment, a street term referring to unsavory, unethical, criminal, or hard-as-nails demographic, which often plagues the rough neighborhoods within an utterly magnificent city. Perhaps in ways such similar to those found in other urban communities and areas, this earnest account is narrated from the perspective of a grieving mother who walked the journey with her son, giving all of herself as a constant source of guidance and support. Her name is Sherry Hill. She is the proud mother of Marquis Hill. She graduated from an art education degree from Alabama A&M, during which time she belonged to the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. She attended Southern University and the New Orleans Academy of Fine Art. She has 10 years of education experience to her credit, in addition to 16 years working with the federal government. One of her proudest achievements is the 5 years she worked as a juvenile facility, during which she used the story of her son's life as an example to help mental troubled youth. Ms. Hill is a member of Toastmasters International. Her experience as a mother as well as a juvenile counselor 3 in the New Orleans Police Department has taught her the value of spending quality time with one's children to guide them on the right path and find themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, Sherry Hill. How you doing tonight, Sherry?
Fine. How are you, Jerry? It's fine.
I'm fine, and welcome to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. I'm so happy to have you. Tell your
Glad
story.
to be here.
All right. And we're going to start out. The first question, of course, I read a little bit of your bio, but we want to hear a little bit more about you before we get into your book. So we want to get the audience a chance to get to know who Sherry Hill is. Okay? And so the first question is, who is Sherry Hill?
Sherry Hill is a single parent that gave all her heart and soul and mind to the raising of her son in the late 80s, the early 80s, and she strived and worked hard to raise him to be accountable citizen in this great country that we live in. I had a lot of things I dealt with. That's the reason why I wrote the book, because my son and I had discussed and talked about it many years before his death, because of the triumph and tribulations that we encountered. And I happily just started writing it, ironically, 3 days before the accident. I started with the chapters and the title of the book.
So he had started his book early on. So when you was writing this book, what was your first intention? Why were you writing this book in the beginning, before his tragic accident?
For some reason, we was recovering from Katrina. Katrina was in 2005, which I had already encountered a lot of tragedy. I lost my neighbor in Katrina. My brother dropped dead in Katrina. 2 months after Katrina, we was dislocated. We lost everything, 8 waters of water that was in our house. We lost everything. We left with just clothes on our back. So after that, it was 2007, the unthinkable happened with my son. And just for some reason, like that Wednesday, just before the Memorial Weekend, something said, look, why don't you start the book? And I hadn't even had planned to do it in 2007 because we was busy trying to get back to New Orleans and get back home, recovering. And then that Sunday came and the accident happened.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Now, were you living in Louisiana, during the time of his accident, or you had relocated to another city? I know a lot of people left the state.
I was living in Louisiana. I've been in Louisiana 33 years. We were just coming back. We had just moved back home. We were living in Baton Rouge just temporarily because really, for about a year, people can hardly live in New Orleans after the water. The water, it really turned into a lake almost.
Yeah, you guys were dealing with the mosquitoes and snakes and stuff, and all kinds of stuff was going on. So people had to be careful.
Right. But the levees is what caused a lot of this water flooding, which they're supposed to be fixing those now. Levees.
So they're still working on the levees to this day.
Right. I think they kind of like 70 or 80% done. I'm not sure the numbers, but I know they've been working on it. It's been 10 years this year from Katrina. So they have done a lot, and they have a lot to go.
Because this happened in
2005.
Right. So what season was it? Was it the beginning of the summer?
It was hurricane season. It was the 29th, 30th of August, 31st of August. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Oh,
the last day in August.
Yeah, so they're going to have some kind of, anniversary. Yeah. I said, we're probably going to hear an anniversary is going to be coming up then.
Oh, they celebrated every year, like the deaths, because, they lost a lot of people. It was one of the worst tragedies, besides 9/11.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it happened so close together, because all that was on one president's watch. Yeah,
right.
One president's watch.
Yes,
whoa.
That's true.
After that, man, who would want that job? That's what I'm thinking. Wow.
And then, we had the oil spill here. So.
Yeah, right. Then that happened. Now,
that happened a few years afterwards, though.
Yeah, actually, on Martin Luther King's birthday, I was actually watching this movie. I can't think of the name of it right now, but it was starring the young man that was tragically killed in that car crash with that Porsche. I think they were doing some kind of charity, and his friend was driving and crashed to a tree. Paul Walker, I think his name is. It was a movie about him and his wife was having a baby, and his wife passed, and he had to stay there at the hospital when everybody else evacuated because of the storm, and the baby was actually in an incubator and then when the power went out, he had a battery battery charger, but the battery only stayed charged for 3 minutes, and then it got worse as the night went on, and then he was dealing with elements like people trying to steal from him, running out of he had to keep the baby alive for 48 hours. And he couldn't go to sleep because every 2 to 3 minutes he had to charge the battery back up. That was some kind of movie.
Okay. I don't think I've seen that one, but I remember him passing in the accident.
Yeah. It's on Netflix right now. But to get back to you, you still working for the police department?
No, I was working up until Katrina. Matter of fact, I was doing the police and the government at the same time. I was a workaholic. But I found my first job, professional job, I was a teacher for 10 years. So by me working with the government, I kind of missed the classroom, but I had to deal with a lot of things with my son's career. So it was like double ditching, with school and all that. So I kind of just went toward the government, but then I came back to the counseling part, and I just didn't go back to the classroom. But,
so you were a teacher. So you were a teacher while your son was in high school. You were teaching.
I taught when my son was young. I had 10 years of teaching, and I was matter of fact, I was a supervisor in one of the worst projects in New Orleans, Desire. But we had it was a positive light in that area. I was a director of a preschool there, and that was all the way up until my son's adolescence, when he was like in the 7th, 8th grade. And I got on board with the government doing his, like 18 when he was in high school, up until he got through college.
Because he got a government job, so that was either. So did he go to college on a scholarship?
Yeah, my son had 100 scholarship offers coming out of high school.
Yeah,
he was one of the top recruits in the country. And I mean, that was overwhelming. I mean, people parking outside my doors. I couldn't really sleep. You know, it was a little bit too much. But he had all the school top 10, 12. He even had scholarship offers for basketball.
Yeah, basketball. Yeah, because he's pretty tall.
Yeah.
So what is he, like 6'5", 6'6"?
6'7".
6'7". Wow. So he had good speed.
He was close to 6'7". He was not slow. He was good in his feet. He
had good speed.
Bench praise. Yeah. He was a person that never stopped. When students and players take off, he keeps going. That's his work ethic was out the window.
Yeah, a lot of energy. So how he choose? Why he choose football over basketball?
Well, I think he liked the hardcore hitting. I mean, basketball. He really didn't. He was in high school where he kind of got caught on to basketball because of his height, but he really didn't really care for basketball a lot. But because of his height, he was compared a lot to Shaquille, but he just didn't. I think he liked the hardcore type contact. And see, in basketball, you really didn't have that.
Oh, they get kind of rough in there.
His passion was football. So
yeah, right. You go with your passion. Yeah, I mean, at 6'7", I always just look at, like, I've been thinking about that myself, because my son, he loves football, and he's really fast. He can handle the punishment. His first year playing tackle, but I was like, wow, he probably could be pretty good in basketball. But he said he's been picking it up the last 2-3 years, playing in camp and then playing at school. And I'm just wondering, like my oldest son, I didn't even know he had a passion for basketball until he got to high school. He said, yeah, Dad made the team. I was like, what? I didn't even make the team. Yeah, he made the team, and he was pretty tall. Yeah, I mean, he did not know 6'7". He just 6'4", but,
Well, that's
like,
pretty
wow.
tall. If you're over 6 feet, your chances are good.
Yeah, good speed.
You're playing on all levels. If you're over 6 feet, that's what I was told, just by my son being recruited. Most players, if they under certain, it depends on what position they play, too.
Yeah.
So, but let him follow what he wants, your son. I didn't really want my son to play football. So.
But you was out there with him now, right?
Yeah, I was out there, but I didn't want him to play when he was younger because he was always taller than his age. I mean, at 1, he was the size of a 3-year-old.
Wow.
So he was 6'5" at 12.
Wow,
so
he was 6'5" at 12.
Yeah, he was 6'5" at 12.
So he playing with little
6'5".
kids. Yeah, because my son's 12
like
now.
A man walking around with children.
Yeah, he was the size of my son's football coach. His football coach was 6'4", and he was a professional baseball player. Wow. So he's out there. That's crazy. So he was busting up all the plays.
I think I showed on the book in one of the pages. I tell you what grade he was in, but you would think he was in the 12th grade, but he was only in the 5th. So I had to really do a lot of adjustments. Even when I took him to the doctor thought the nurse was putting him in with me as a woman because they said, you can't let the man in there with the lady. The doctor said, that's a juvenile doctor. That's no son.
Wow.
So, I just had a lot of misconceptions because of his size.
Yeah, it's something how some kids just grow so fast at an early age, But then, so he kept growing a little bit more. Because you hear about a lot of kids don't really start growing until later, like they get 16, 17, and they take off.
Right.
Like I saw my neighbor, and, he was like around my height for a long time. And then 2 years later, we ran into him, and he's like, whoa, he's like 6'5", Because I'm only 6'1". So
my son was in 2 T's in 8 months. So I kept a chronological order. And it's just ironic I did all this, but I was just doing it, just how people write diaries. But I just kept it because I noticed he was growing real fast, and I thought, let me really count this stuff, add it up. And I did. And I happened to put it in the book, too. But, it just seemed like it just came in place,
Yeah. Now you wrote in your bio that, the streets was pretty tough in Louisiana, because we up here in Baltimore, Washington, hit New York sometime, and, you kind of run into some real hardcore gangs and everything. you were protective of them. You had a professional job. You were able to afford to live in a community where, but sometimes you just can't protect your kid from some of them elements because they at the schools, they're on the playgrounds, they're everywhere. So you did the best you could. What was the challenge trying to keep them away from trouble? Tell us about that.
Well, I had to. You do what you're supposed to do at your home. A lot of parents do a lot for their kids. They tell them the right thing. They teach them. But see, when they get out from you don't know what kind of decisions they will make. And you always have to drill into their heads that, you can't be a follower. You always got to be a leader. And because JoJo go that way, that don't mean you go that way. So I had to kind of keep my son on a one-path road when I was raising him. Even when he was in school, I was getting reports from the teacher. They was getting out of line. So what I did, I made him a sheet that he had to take to school every day, just like he had a book bag. And the teacher had to tell me everything, what he did in class that day, and she had to sign it. And I stayed on top of it. You have to be consistent with your children. And that's what I did. If you can't give them no slack. You got to stay on it.
That's right.
If you got 5 kids, you got to stay on all 5 of them. If you got 1, you got to do the same. You can't break the cycle. You got to be consistent. And that's the major thing that helped me when raising my son. I didn't give him a break. I put that Cherry Hill fear in. And you can't play with your kids. You can't be their friend. You got to let them know who you are.
That's right.
And they'll respect that when they get older.
That's true. But, how about if, some children just molded a little different? Because I have 3 kids, and my oldest son, he's 31. He helps us out a great deal. And he was just one of those kids. He was just so humble, so likable. My wife helped me raise him because, I had him in another relationship. And he was just one of those kids, he knew what he had to do. He did his homework because I was working 2 jobs. Like I said, my wife was helping me raise him, but she wasn't like putting a whole bunch of pressure on him. He just kept his room clean, kept his own bathroom clean. And he enjoyed life that we afforded him. We had 2 good incomes in a nice neighborhood, and he had friends in the neighborhood. I said, "Why don't you go play with so-and-so?" He said, "No, he cusses a lot." And see, his upbringing was in the church. His grandmother kept him in the church when she raised him. I didn't get custody of him until he was in the 6th grade. So sometimes it's just the kids sometimes. Like some kids you do have to be harder on, So what you feel about that?
Well, some kids kind of identify what they want and what they don't want. I mean, you got some kids that will just look like they're born and they just don't give you no problems. And then I've heard parents say, my first 2 children, I didn't have no problem. Then I had this last one and looked like I did a whole 90-degree turn, because it's just the way they come. Some of them catch on, some don't. I mean, like myself, when I was in school, I had one thing in mind, to go to college and finish school. And that was it. But you just have some kids that really make a decision. They see things and they know they don't want to do that, and they know what it costs and what the price they'll have to pay too if they go that route. But see, at the same time, when I was raising my son, I was raising my nephew. So my son was able to see what the wrong path was. And I talked about that in my book. He made a bad decision, and my son was able to see that. But my nephew was given the same instructions, but he chose to go the opposite way. It cost him some time in jail. But some just don't listen. I mean, that's the way it goes.
Wow. That's right. Oh, wow. When we talking to Cherry Hill, she's the author of the marquee story, From the Cradle to the Hill. She raised a son that was drafted by the Patriots in the 2nd round of the 2004 NFL Draft. He played in 1 game in 2004 and played in 8 games in 2005, making 3 tackles. All right, so that's what's written in the story. Got a nice picture of him showing him at practice, number 91. He was born in August 7th, 1982 in New Orleans. He attended De La Salle High and was rated by many publications the best defensive lineman in the nation as a high school senior. was named First Team All-American by numerous publications, including ESPN, USA Today, The Sporting News, Rivals.com, Super Prep, and Fox Sports. Selected as the National Lineman of the Year by Tom Livin of ESPN. Named the Columbus Touchdown Club Player of the Year. Member of the New Orleans Times Top 16 Blue Chip List. Baton Rouge Advocate Super Dozen. And Shreveport Times Top 20 for the state of Louisiana. Rated as one of the top 100 school players by Dallas Morning News as the nation's number 7 prospect by Super Prep. Recorded 92 tackles with 8 sacks and 7 quarterback hurries as a senior. Also forced 5 fumbles, recovered 3 fumbles, and blocked a punt. Named First Team 5A All-State. And he majored in general studies at LSU. So he was All-State. Rated to the Patriots, one of the top teams in the world. World-class organization. The Patriots.
And on the way to the Super Bowl again.
He went to the Super Bowl. Yeah. So you said Marquise went to the Super Bowl?
First year in the NFL.
First year in NFL. What luck. Wow. So, and this team holds what, like 5? That's right. Because they hold like 5 rings and been there, what, like 8 times or something like that? Or this will be the 8th trip. This is the 8th trip.
I know they have 3 rings, and then they went the year after my son's death. They lost, and now they're going back this year.
Oh, they got 3 rings. Okay, my bad. Your son holds 5 rings.
They already have 3 Super Bowl rings. My son just had 1 because they had 2 when he was drafted. But he got a ring the first year.
Right, but how about he got like 2? Didn't he get like 2 rings from LSU?
He has 6 rings in all with the Super Bowl.
Championship rings. Wow.
He has the All-American High School. I think he played in one of the first All-American High School games.
Mm-hmm.
He's the West and the East, and they won. He got a ring from that, and then he had 4 rings from LSU.
Yeah.
And he had stayed all 4 years. He would have had 6 rings from LSU, probably if he had stayed his last year, but he didn't stay his last year. Then he went on and got drafted and got the Super Bowl ring.
So did he ever go back to finish his degree?
No, he didn't have a chance. I didn't have time. Well, like I say, he was at New England, and when the Katrina came, everything was chaotic. We weren't still straight at that time.
Right. Okay. So thanks so much stuff for just going. Okay. All right. When we get back, we're going to talk about the book. What's in it? We know why you wrote it. Right after this commercial break, we'll be talking to Shari Hill. All right, everybody? Hold tight. For Book Buzz with Tamika King.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
All right. That's an awesome book. You got to check it out, y'all. With Tamika Kane. All right. She's on Facebook. Tamika Patrice Kane. Check out. All right. We talking to Shari Hill. She's the author of the Marquise Hill story, From the Cradle to the Bowl. Her son was from LSU, collected about 4 rings, got a Super Bowl ring with the New England Patriots, won to greatness until his tragic death, jet ski accident. Let's talk about that a little bit, Shari. I know, he's a grown man. He's on his own. He makes his own decision. He's not under your roof anymore. He's living his life. But if he was in high school, would he ever gotten on that jet ski, knowing where he's trying to go, what he's trying to accomplish? What'd you say about that if he was in high school, still under your roof?
Oh, he would never have gone out there. I didn't want him to get this jet ski, but he had a passion for water. He loved to swim. And I think this is something he really wanted to do, the jet skiing, because he told me one time it relaxes him. And because he always was raised around the water, you know how the kids, they don't think, they just think they can do it. But he was a swimmer. Yeah. But the biggest problem what hurt him is that he didn't have a jacket on. And that cost him his life, part of it, you know what I mean? But
he didn't have a jacket on. What, life jacket? You think a life jacket?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. So what would the life jacket do for him since he was such a great swimmer?
Well, you don't never go out in the ocean like that without a life jacket on.
Yeah, because a lot of currents.
What happened is I think he got into a current, whatever you call that. You know, it's not like he was in a private lake or nothing.
Oh, okay, because written here said that he was on the Punker
Lake
River?
Pontchartrain.
Right.
Lake Pontchartrain, that's like an ocean.
Oh, really? So it's real rough currents.
It's not an ocean, but it's similar to a lake. You know, you can have currents and turbulence.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Oh, so they have some vicious currents. Because it's still like the aftermath of the storm, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, it wasn't. It was a pretty day. That's why he was trying to go out there. He really bought the jet ski for the back is where we bought me a house because we had a lake. It was a lake back there. That's what he really got the jet ski for.
Okay.
But because of all the houses around there, when you use a jet ski, it pushes water up against their embankment, and they didn't want it. That was one of the things. But we didn't know that at the time because a lot of the people was not that. So that's what he bought the jet ski for. But I didn't want him to have a jet ski at all. You know, and I even said it in my book. But you know, it's what it is. It's what it is. But that was really the cause of negligence of him not having a jacket, and you know, just one of those things. I tell you, I mean, that day that I got that call, I can remember the time, second, and the minute, and every day. I mean, it just took. It looked like it when I got the call. It looked like my heart would just caught it from my chest, and I was just walking without a heart. I mean, I didn't even feel like I was living anymore. It was hard.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that day.
Yeah, I know it's hard for you. You know, you work so hard, you know, for this young man, and you know, moms know. You know, it's like we always ignore you guys. I don't know why we do it, but we do. And I always know my mom tell me something. I'm always thinking what I want to do, but I know she's right. You know. Right. You know it.
And I didn't really know my son was going to where he went. That was another thing.
Yeah. And that was just a double jeopardy right there, going to that other location.
Right.
Yeah. So right now, you're out there spreading his story, trying to help other young men, other troubled youth, using your counseling, your advocacy. Do you have a foundation, an organization that represents you as a motivational speaker, inspirational?
Well, I have a foundation. I haven't really, you know how they have the approval. I have been busy and active since my son's death. I go speak at certain places. I've had a lot of interviews. I am an active member of the Professional Football Players Mothers Association, and I'm the regional coordinator of the South Central region. And we do a lot of community services in our community. So I'm very active. Actually, I have a children's book that I'm working on now, and I have my mother's cookbook. My mother is 78 years old. She has a cookbook, and those are my goals to finish those. I'm actually now working on a script with the producer now, trying to get a movie thing together. And once I do that, I think I have my agenda completed. But I've been keeping myself busy. I'm retired from my job since 12. So I've just been busy doing a lot of things in the community and working. Keeping myself busy, that's the main thing.
That's right. So are you dating? Doing any dating out there? Yeah.
Just no, not really. Just being me. It's just like me time right now.
Yeah, they couldn't keep up with you right now.
Right.
Old guy. Yeah, you gotta have a young guy keep up with you. So busy right now. Now let's talk a little bit about, the life of an NFL player. A lot of young people probably listening to this show have aspirations playing in the NBA, NFL. Do you get into that in this book? Because I know you talk about his early life. Do you talk about his upward climb? The trials and tribulations. Like you mentioned earlier that he loved to work out. He had the work ethics to be a superstar. Tell us a little bit about that. Some of the crazy stuff he was doing.
Well, one thing my son knew and he understood. He knew that if being in this on this level, in this kind of sport, you always have to be on top. You can't give yourself no slack. You can't be iffy. He always said NFL means not for long. That means if you don't do what you have to do, you'll be out. So he believed in that from high school all the way up to college. And his goals was to get to the NFL, but I know the chances of getting to that level, it's a percentage. Everybody wants it, but everybody can't get there. So, but he just believed he had a place there. It was a place for him with his name on it, and he was just striving to get to there. And he made it.
He sure did.
But he didn't know it was. You had to be dedicated. I mean, even in high school, my son had us, my mother and I, between she and I, where he went to school was in a totally different neighborhood. It was in a well-class, high-class neighborhood. And whoever been to New Orleans, they know where St. Charles Avenue. It's a high-profile area, and nobody lived up there but people with money. And I mean, I had to travel, take him day and night. I was thinking the coach was making him come in, and we found out it was him. He was the one doing a lot of the orchestration. So he was good at it, If you want something, you got to work hard, and you can't give yourself no slack. That's what he did.
So what happened? He got recruited to that school? Because it was like a prep school?
It was just a well-rounded educational, nice neighborhood school. It was, a Catholic. It was a Catholic school.
So they recruited him from elementary? So what happened? He got recruited from elementary school?
No, he just selected to go there. You want to go to a school with a good program. And, you can't recruit for high school. You can, I don't think that you can do that. I mean, recruit them, you could tell them to come, but I mean, it's not like a college.
They do that around here. In the Maryland area, they have prep schools that give kids scholarships to play for them. Those big money making the ones that cost $20,000 a year. Yeah, and they recruit kids from those little Pop Warner leagues, the little youth football. Yeah, they do that around here. I heard they do that in Dallas too.
Well, that's what they call it, recruiting, because I was told to recruit. You can give them financial assistance.
Yeah, it's kind of they can't.
So every city do different,
Yeah, I think they do have some rules that, like coaches from the youth football leagues can't be visiting parents' house trying to convince the parents to bring the kids to that youth football program. They got rules with that, but as far as those schools, I think they can do what they want, because a lot of the coaches that coach these youth football leagues go to work for these programs. Because it was a kid on my son's team got picked up with an all-boys. Well,
coaches will go. Somebody tell them it's a good player in this area, and they'll go and think they can become there. But then I don't know if it's like they can just say, "Look, you got a scholarship to come to the school, high school." I never got that, that. I mean, the word gets around if you're a good athlete or your potential's so good.
Oh, yeah, it does. It does get around. I remember because my son, he was playing flag for a couple of years, and I was getting these guys walk up to me and say they was following his career, and he was only 8 because he was like really super fast at the time. But I didn't really think nothing of it. I just said, wow, they just looking at the talent and getting to know some of the names of the players, and follow them. They do follow them with a hand. All right. So he went to this school. Everything was looking good. Graduated. He said it was 100 applications or, I guess, acceptance letters, right?
Yeah, 6 boxes of, the computer boxes?
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 of those full of letters. And like I say, he got letters from everywhere. I mean, I know it had to be at least 100. Last time I counted was like 60 or 70. And I'm talking about big schools. I'm not talking about no colleges. We had about 80 of those.
Big school, big program like University of Maryland, College Park.
Big 10, Big 12, big SEC, all that.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So what?
He had a choice as to where he wanted to go.
He decided
and one
to go
time
to
I
Alabama.
thought he was going to Michigan. He was looking that way, but then LSU changed their coaches. That's Nick Saban came on with LSU a year before he came out.
He knew about him. Yeah. Wow.
And my brother played at Alabama.
Oh, really? Okay, so you had a brother that played college football, so he knew about it a lot from your brother.
Well, my brother was the last team that played under Bear Bryant.
Okay. Yeah. So did your son like pick your brother's mind, his brain? Well,
the same people that recruited my brother turned around and tried to recruit him to Alabama, but he had his mind set on LSU. But he lives in Louisiana.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. So where can people find you, to get your book? You got your website out. Let me give everybody the website is FromTheCradleToTheBowl.com.
www.FromTheCradleToTheBowl.com.
That's right. It's right out there.
And if you Google my book, you should be able to pull it up. They have it on Exhibitlers. They have it there where you can buy it from there. But the www from the Cradle to the Bowl is my website, and you can get it from there. And it'll come to me. The order will come to me. My website is safe. You can use your credit card, and you can mail me a check, and I'll mail you the book, or you could do a credit card on there. And I'll sign it as well.
Yeah, thank you for my autograph copy. I can't wait to show it to everybody when I do my promotional video. Thank you so much for this. Really appreciate it. We was really excited about having you out here, talking to, because, the NFL is like really something big around our household. We love, the Baltimore Ravens. My son, he actually was invited to their facility, got a tour, got a chance to hold a trophy, took pictures with it, hug it, you name it. And so it's a real big, time for us this time of the year. We really enjoy every bit of it. Yeah, awesome. And awesome organization. And I know, you guys had that same feeling when the Patriots call you guys and it's like family, They treat you like family at these places, And all the hard work paid off, and he got a chance to wear that brand on his back,
And Mr. Kraft and Mrs. Kraft, his wife, she passed away about 3 years ago or 2, I think.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was that's an awesome organization. Mr. Kraft was very, very supportive, and he flew his whole staff down to the funeral. And it was really lovely. They really gave my son a big honor, or, as they say, give a send-off. It was awesome.
Homecoming. Yeah.
Right.
So the Patriots is one of those kind of organizations that you play for, and it's like even if you go to another team, it's like you're well respected, because you play for the Kraft family, the Belichick, the genius, the Tom Brady.
Right.
So I know that was quite even after your son's career for playing with the Patriots. I guess you're always a Patriot. Always.
Right.
And even today, he's still labeled to be a New England Patriot. I'm sure the fans will never forget him as he wore that brand, that logo, the NFL badge. That's a big honor and a many rings.
Number 91 forever and a day.
That's right. Now are they going to hang his jersey or retire it, or is there any talk of that, or has it happened yet?
No, I don't know if you have to play so many years or You know, I don't know how that works, but they made a showcase with all his stuff in it. I know they did that after his death.
Okay, at the facility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think I have a picture of that at the book.
Yeah, because I know, you know, Derek Thomas was one of my favorite players for the Kansas City Chiefs, and I know he had a tragic accident. I think they were going to some snow lounge, and he had a road accident in his vehicle. And I thought
that was one of my son's
like
favorite players, too.
Yeah, that was Derek Thomas. Real sweet guy, too. Yeah, but he played a pretty, you know, many years for the Chiefs. So he could have probably had his jersey retired, his number.
I think you have to go through so many years or something like that for them to retire a number. Because if you think about it, if everybody want to retire a number, they wouldn't have any numbers left for them to use. So I think it's, you know, I don't know if it's so many years or it's a certain status. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it's something special about it because I know nobody's going to wear number 52 jersey in Baltimore for sure. And I don't even think nobody even put on number 20 right now. So those are two guys that are like, you know, legendary in Baltimore, the 52 and 20. So nobody's worn those jerseys. You know? Well,
you believe it or not, my son actually saw, what is his name, Testaverde and Doug Flutie play as a child. When he was a child, I remember him looking at them playing, and he turned around and actually played with them. On the team. Now, how close can you dream of?
I know. That is incredible. That is incredible.
He actually played side by side with them, with the Patriots.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And when I did an interview with the Boston Globe, it was the Boston Herald, one of them. No, it was the ESPN Boston. Mac Reese, and I told him, and he put it in the article. So it's in the article, but, you know, that was amazing.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
You see a person on TV as a child, and you turn around and play with them, you know, as a teammate. That's really awesome.
but they did mention on your website that throughout that near perfect 2000 season, they said the Patriots wore number 91 insignia on their jersey, you know, in the back of their helmets, right? In the back of their helmets.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think they won 19 games in a straight, and that turned it to be 91 opposite. They had that in the article as well. But see, my son had talked about it. He said, Mom, we got this player, and he's really good, and I really think we're gonna go to the Super Bowl this year. And they went there next year after he left. You know, after his accident. But they just didn't win.
Right, yeah. They lost. That was the year they lost to the Giants.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
All right.
And my son played around the corner from Eli Manning. You know, when he was in high school. Their schools wasn't that far apart.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot because the Mannings are from that area. That's right. Now, also, you mentioned that Marquise is the cousin of former NFL linebacker Cornelius Bennett. He was one of my favorite players also, 5-time Pro Bowler.
Right.
Played for the Buffalo Bills, Atlanta Falcons, and the Colts. Good player. That was my dad's favorite player, too. I remember my dad, when Cornelius Bennett came and he said, this guy's going to be nice. He's going to be awesome defensive player. My father was following him through college, so he knew who he was. Because my brother was really big in college football, so they knew who these guys were before I did, you know, before they got on the team. They knew he was going to be terrorists. Wow. So how's he doing right now, Cornelius? How's he doing? You hear from him?
No. See, that's my mom's maiden name is Bennett.
Okay.
His father
he's
my
the
mother.
First
His cousin to his father, but you know, people, certain people you don't know or you don't get in contact with them too much.
Yeah.
But that's my mom's maiden name is Bennett.
All right, cool. Cool.
My mother, his father, and my mom was real close, but I don't know if he was with his father when he was raised. I don't know how that went. You know how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have nothing to say about that.
All right. All right, we're talking to Sherry Hill. She's the author of Marquise Hill's Story from the Cradle to the Grave. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get her final thoughts, where you can get her book. She's going to remind you where you can get her book. And before we take this break, Sherry, are you planning any tours, book tours, where people can meet you? You know, I know a lot of book festivals are coming up the spring, the summer, we're going to be able to find you up east, northwest,
I will try to. I will try to get on board. It depends on how this movie script thing goes. I mean, we're working heavy into this. I mean, it depends on where I be with my schedule. I'm trying to get this done, and the producer, she's working on it as well. Okay. So, and then I have to we have our conference and retreat things, the NFL Mom. So I have to work between those schedules, and then, like I say, doing that, my mother, I take care of her. I'm her caretaker. So there's a lot of things I kind of got my hands tied into. But I'm planning to try to do some. I may not be able to make all. I was invited to the one in Europe, the big books, whatever they call it, the fair in Europe, but I didn't have a chance to get there.
Okay. All right. All right, let's take this quick break, and we'll be right back. Get your closing thoughts. All right?
All right.
Hold tight, everybody. Episode of Book Buzz with Helen McMillan.
What's stopping you from making more, having more, and being more? Hi, I'm Helen McMillan. I'm a success coach. I can help you shift into your $1 million zone of joyful success. Be your most magnetic, confident, and powerful self. The first step is to get my free ebook, 7 Simple Ways to Shift into Your $1 Million Zone. Go to www.yourmilliondollarzone.com and download it now.
All right, we're talking to Sherry Hill, the author, the mother of Marquise Hill, story from the cradle to the bowl, and also mentioned in her book that Marquise also was a hero. He was able to save his friend, Ashley Blasio. Is that how you pronounce her name?
Right,
Yeah, because they both fell off of this jet ski, and neither one of them was wearing a personal flotation or tracking device. And according to her story, that he kept her calm until rescue team, the Coast Guard, was able to reach the area. So he was a hero. Okay, he was a hero. All right. Your final thoughts, Ms. Hill?
My final thoughts is that I hope all your listeners can either read the book. It's a life-changing story. It's a lot of happiness in it. It's a lot of sadness. And it tells the truth. And it lets you know don't take life and living for granted. Always love your loved ones, because you never know when the last time you will see them. Show love and tell them you love them every day. And that's what keeps me going. My son knew I loved him, and I told him every day that I had an opportunity to tell him. And that's most important. And always know that your health is your wealth. That's most important. People think money is the most important thing, but your health is your wealth. You can have all the money in the world, and if you don't have your health, you still broke.
That's right.
But it's good to make sure you do your part as a parent. My son didn't have the opportunity to enjoy a father because his father walked out, but he was loved, and he knew he was loved. And he was able to see both sides. He was able to see the children that had parents, and he was able to see those that had plenty of money and they still didn't have the love. So he was able to observe both sides. So it's important that parents do their part, and always understand that you have to watch what you do, because your children are always watching you. And they will see what you're doing. And that it pays off in the end. And that's basically all I have to say.
Oh, it was beautiful. Well written. Great advice. Great advice. Awesome. Well, Miss Sherry, we thank you so much for coming on Jerry Royce Live, and this of course, your story, the story you just told, is going to be out there for a long time on the internet for people to listen to. To understand what you went through as a parent. Your sacrifices, your triumphs, and now an opportunity to try to get your son's story to the silver screen or the TV, wherever it's going to go. I'm sure it's going to help somebody who's listening and watching, because he is a hero. He is a hero.
Well, thank you so much, Jerry, for having me, and I enjoy being on the show, and I'm going to make sure I keep listening to your show.
I appreciate that.
And I'll tell all my friends and family about your show.
I appreciate it. We can use all the fans we can get. Yeah, I appreciate it. And you stay strong, and I'm going to read this book, because I told Brandon, I said, man, I'm going to read, and I don't get a chance to read everybody's book totally, because I'll get through half of the book, because I'm not a fast reader, but I'll be able to take this to the office, because I'm also a federal worker, and we get those nice lunch breaks, so I'm gonna sit back and open up this book. I always listen to some of these young ladies that's been playing their music on my show. I just love their music. These indie authors, music performers. I just love their music. And indie authors is just as nice. So I'm going to enjoy this book. And I have a son who's trying to get to the NFL. That's his aspiration. So I'm going to read this book and learn from it. Just like this is like my lesson plan. All right.
All right, appreciate that. And you have a good night, and I really enjoyed being on your show.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I told people all the time, every night, almost 8 shows a week, 4 nights a week. I tell them, you want to hear the good stuff? I mean, the really good stuff. Especially now, I just had a mother who had a son who made it through the rough neighborhoods of Louisiana, and a Marquise student named Marquise. They get a chance to hear that right here on Jerry Royce Live, right here. All right. Thank you so much, y'all. This is Jerry Royce Live worldwide. Take care, everybody. Stay awesome all week long. God bless. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, thank you, everybody, and please support this publication. The Marquise Hill Story, From the Cradle to the Grave by Sherry Hill. You can reach her at FromTheCradleToTheBowl.com. Good night. Stay awesome.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions, and when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce Live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
Hey, this is Lester McLean, and you're listening to Jerry Royce Live. I'm a saxophonist, a singer, a songwriter, and I'm ready to rock.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Iris Sandra Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Mama Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live worldwide on internet radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Fighting Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to FightingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and today's book sponsor is going to be Darlene Rucker-Williams. So hold tight. We're going to finish our presentation in a minute. 60 seconds.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
You are now listening to an OBS production.
That is Lester McLean. That's right. Tonight on the show, we got Lester McLean at www.lestermclean.com. His debut album. He had produced a Christmas LP this past December 2014, and we would have him come out and talk about that. But let's bring him out. Welcome to the show, Lester. How you feeling tonight?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you, sir. How are you?
I'm good, man. I am good, man. Glad to have you on the show, man. And I apologize. I didn't get all your songs downloaded. The files were a little different from what we needed for this program, but we will make sure that everybody get a chance to hear all 3 of those tracks that were sent to us in the beginning of the show. So they have a little mini concert of Lester McLean. That's right. That's a good sound, man.
Thank you very much.
Man.
Appreciate
Love that sound. Now, I just want to know, how did God give you the ability to play the saxophone and sing at the same time? That's not fair.
Well, in fairness, Jerry, I don't actually do both at the same time. It's one or the other, you see. That's a joke.
I know, man. That's still not fair.
Listen, first and foremost, I appreciate that God has been a big part of my life for a very long time. And from the very beginning, you know, I've been very fortunate, whether it's just because, you know, my parents immigrated from Guyana, they decided to come to Canada, they decided to come to Toronto, and I'm here, and I get access to the music programs, and anything I wanted to do, I could do. So the saxophone interested me, and I started playing saxophone, and I took to it, and I enjoyed it. And then with singing, much later, the same thing. So, yes.
Yeah, that is awesome. So we're going to give me your bio real quick. I just had to get that in real quick. But we just want to let people know that you started playing the saxophone at grade 7. You wanted to play another instrument. I think that's the alto. But you ended up playing another instrument. You were a little disappointed because you thought the alto was cooler.
That's true.
But nonetheless, at least you got a chance to play an instrument and helped you connect with jazz. Then you said it was a blessing in disguise because you ended up playing lead singer for a few high school bands and went on to study jazz for 3 years at York University. All right, man. Congratulations there.
Thank you.
Then I guess you developed your craft. You end up meeting someone named Andrew Craig on keyboards, The Color of Soul, a couple other gentlemen you got a chance to meet and play with. Then you started singing. In grade 12, you started singing with some friends in high school, music program, and then you ended up doing some school dances, private functions, and then you ended up joining up with a group called, the Awful Dodger Jam Band, Taste and Stretch, every Wednesday for 5 years. Wow, that's a long time, man. They commit 5 years every Wednesday. Whoa, that's deep, man. Then you spent, 7 years doing jamming, and a big influence on your musical evolution. You ended up playing, I think you joined another band in 97 as a saxophonist, which you left in 02 and became a lead singer. You hooked up with another band that eventually became, the Groove Yard?
That's Groove Yard,
Is that what the name of the Groove Yard? Somewhere.
Yes,
okay, and hopefully he's still around. All right, man, so what we're going to do, man, we're going to get the rest of it out of you. So the first question is, who is Lester McLean?
Okay. Well, I'm really sorry. The thing is, the first thing I got to say, and I apologize for this, Jerry, but it's actually McLean, McLean. So it's McLean. That's how I say it. So if you ask me who Lester McLean is, I don't know. But thank you for asking that question. You know, it's funny. It's a tough question to answer actually because of a lot of different things. I think just as a person, I want to be. I'm somebody that's consistent, somebody who is just honest and straightforward and down to earth, and soulful. And when I say soulful, not just musically, I mean have a mind and mind and body and spirit and heart. I put a lot of that into every day, and I put a lot of that into my music. So kind, honest, trustworthy. These are all things. Sorry, Jerry, is this a dating site or?
No, this site, this Jerry Royce Live was actually okay, you know what it is. All right.
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm just listing all these characteristics myself. So, ladies,
but that's good, man. They will contact you though. If they like you, they will buy your album. That's the good thing about them.
That's good. That's good. You know, the funny thing I wanted to say as well, and I know that you asked that general question, but I listened to what you said about that bio. And I would say to you that for the most part, in all of these bands that I've played in, I am in touch with at least one person or all of the people that I played with.
Wow.
So you mentioned the Artful Dodger Jam Band, for example. And one of the principal players in that band was a guy by the name of Michael Vassos, a very talented guitarist and singer. He spent some time in Las Vegas playing, but he's back in Canada now and doing a lot of shows with classic albums live, Van Halen 1 and Beatles and stuff like that. But in any case, he's been back in Canada now for less than a year, and already we've done several shows together. So there's that. You mentioned The Color of Soul. Yes, Andrew Craig was one of the principal members of that band as well. But the gentleman that I worked with to produce my Christmas CD, which, by the way, is called Lester McLean, A Mostly A Cappella Christmas, his name is J.K., and he was the bass player in The Color of Soul. And I don't know, I'm sure that Kelly Lee, who, by the way, is the person that got us in touch, Kelly Lee of Artists United, I'm sure she's told you about my brother Mark McLean, and Mark was the drummer in The Color of Soul, and we obviously as brothers we are very close, but we've been able to share a lot musically as well. So really between family, between good friends, and it's just music for me. It's been an opportunity to get to know people, and express myself, and just share the gifts of God, which is really important to me.
That's right, man. And you started at such an early age, man. Grade 7. I think I was telling a couple other artists that my children actually got involved with music pretty early too. Because I used to. I'm gonna tell you something that just was embedded in my mind was seeing Alicia Keys up there talking about save the music. So I'm like feeling guilty. I like want my son to play football and my daughter to do this and that. And I said, okay, let's get some instruments in their hands. So I had a friend of mine come around and actually teach them both how to play the drums. My daughter took guitar lesson and she sings. And she ended up joining a magnet program, singing and touring and, participating in concerts, ended up dancing and everything. So I didn't feel so bad after that. And then seeing that you started at grade 7, man, so what made you, pick up an instrument? I mean, was it forced on you by your parents or a teacher, or you had no choice?
You know what? The great thing about school here, at least in Toronto, Ontario, is that it's part of the curriculum. So when I went to junior high in grade 7, you could take either band or strings. And I should point out that by this time I actually started playing guitar when I was 10, and I still play guitar. But really, formally, the saxophone was the first instrument I would say that I played in public in front of people, right? So, but so to be able to get into junior high, and you have the mandatory. Imagine that you have the opportunity to do this. And I've always seen the saxophone, and I always loved it just because it looked cool, and I liked the sound. And you mentioned in your intro that I was disappointed that I didn't get to play alto. And that's very true. I wanted to play alto, which just was a smaller instrument, but they saddled me with the tenor. And in fact, I ended up loving to play the tenor. And even though I would say only really in the last couple of years, because I play soprano sax as well and alto. And for the funk band and for my trio, it's because I sing and play, it's best to have a smaller, less cumbersome instrument. So in fact, I play majority of the saxophone I play right now is alto, which is really funny. So it happened, but I just had to be patient. But in the meantime, as you said, the jazz instrument is the tenor sax. So
that's right. Saxophone is a cool instrument. I remember sitting out there in the pews at church, and I remember this young guy. He was on his college break, and he had just joined the band, and he had his little suitcase, popped that boy open, and had this beautiful, brass instrument, all shiny. Then he pucks his lips, licks his lips, and oh man, he tore it up, man. Man, that is the coolest instrument, man. So you Mr. Cool now, right?
Well, you know what? Let's put it this way. I remember it's funny you guys broadcast in the area you broadcast in, because I was on a school trip and we went down to Washington D.C. And I can't remember what the name of the school was there, but I was about 17, and by this time I'd been playing in the stage band for a couple of years in high school. But we went to another school in the D.C. area, and we set up, and the stage band played, and I had this big sax solo. So you stand up, and as the band stops, and I play this sax break, and I played this thing, and the whole place went nuts, freaking out about me playing. And I like to say, I'd love to find out what that date was, because that's the day that I became hooked. Not only on playing the saxophone, but being an entertainer. So it actually happened on the stage.
Yeah, right, because you was on tour.
Well, yeah, I mean, just a little thing, this little high school exchange thing, but it was very fun.
That's all it takes. But sometimes that's all it takes, man. And it's funny you talk about Canada, man. I actually had an opportunity to travel over there in my early 20s with my then girlfriend, my baby mama.
Okay.
And we went over to Quebec City, and I thought that was the coolest, cleanest city I've ever seen in my life. But it was cold.
Quebec City is a beautiful, beautiful city, and there's a lot of rich Canadian heritage there. I mean, Quebec is a beautiful province in general, and then, we still have our problems up here with French and English in terms of not necessarily hostility, but certainly, there was a compromise made a long time ago, and sometimes it's difficult, and sometimes it's tough to manage that. But me personally, I love it. My favorite, I'm a big hockey fan, so my favorite team is the Montreal Canadiens, and I'm in Quebec all the time, at least once a year to watch that team and enjoy the culture there. So it's beautiful.
And one of the biggest things I remember, man, was the hotels connected to an underground mall, because it was so cold above ground. There's still something pretty popular there, walking through the malls underground.
There's all sorts of pathways in Toronto for sure. I can't speak for Montreal, or Quebec City, because I don't spend that much time there. But I can tell you in Toronto, there's a couple different pathways and things like connected to the subway system and stuff. So it's cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah. All right. We're talking to Lester McLean. You said McLean? McLean, right? McLean. All right, we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be right back. We're gonna listen to one of his pieces again, and hold tight, everybody, for another episode of Book Buzz.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Fighting Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Hi, this is your girl Cotton, the softest voice in poetry. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce live worldwide on positivepower21.org. You should be listening to Jerry Royce live.
That's right. Right now we're listening to Lester McLean. That's right, the saxophonist, the singer, the man from Canada, doing it all, doing it up, and set it all on fire in D.C. and made his debut and tour right here in the States. All right, man. Oh, man, that is awesome, brother. We appreciate it, man. Now, we're going to get a little bit into what made you decide to do this Christmas LP? I wish we had some of the music, man. Well, we'll make that happen, though, with Kelly, you and Kelly, to make sure people get a chance to hear that. But tell us a little bit about, the development of that Christmas
I'd love to. Thank you. Thank you for asking me. This started way back in 2013. I had been one of these people that wrote Christmas cards to friends and whatnot. And it just struck me that being a musician, I could probably do a little better than that. And I decided to write something, so I recorded something at my home and sent it out. And it was a little song that I had written called "Don't Make Me Go to the Mall." And that song was very popular among my friends and the people I distributed it to. So I decided that I was going to do it every year. And fast forwarding to about 2008, I had about 6 or 7 songs. So at that point, I decided that if it would be nice to put them together in some kind of a compilation, because the tradition is write a new song every year and send it out. So by time December 2013 came along, I felt I was ready, and I had worked with J.K., who I mentioned earlier in the show. I worked with him on 2 songs for Christmas, and I thought he would be the great choice to continue to not only polish up some of the older recordings, but do some new material. So I spoke to him in March of 2014, and he was very excited. And basically, we worked from March until October of 2014 to put the record together, and there it is. So it's mostly original material. And the thing that I'm most proud of, Jerry, is I've always wanted to do an a cappella record. One of my favorite singers of all time is an a cappella artist, and I'm sure you've heard of Bobby McFerrin. And Bobby, don't worry, be happy is probably the most famous of his songs, but there is so much more going on with Bobby McFerrin. So when I got the opportunity to do this, I really wanted to dig in, and I love singing. So even though I recorded vocal records in 2005, 2010, 2011, this one really, I think, is sort of a coming out party only all the way in 2014. So.
Awesome. Yeah. Now, is that available, through iTunes or Amazon?
That is available through iTunes and through Amazon.com. And once again, it's called Lester McLean, A Mostly A Cappella Christmas. And if I could plug my other record... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
The other record that I did, and that came out in 2011, but still very, very available, is called Lester McLean 4321. And that is available on Amazon.com as well.
You said that's called Lester McLean?
Lester McLean 4321.
21. Okay, I typed it right. All right. Good for you, man. Now, I was going to say, is that LP for Christmas, is that one of those pieces where now, do they have to download the whole LP, or they can,
No, they can download separate tracks, no problem. I mean, now personally, I feel the whole record is extremely downloadable. But listen, go through and pick what you like. I mean, that's the best thing for the consumer right now, is they can say, they don't have to get the whole record. They can go in and say, oh man, track 6 is great. Oh, track 8's my jam. Well, that's the kind of thing that you can do.
That's right. Now, I was going to ask you about that. Your opinion on that. Now, I think. A big known act, real popular female performer. I think her last LP, she decided not to do it that way. You had to buy the whole thing. You get to download the whole. And how you feel about that? You get to a point in your life where you just say, "Hey, I'm not selling the singles. You got to buy the whole thing." How you feel about that?
You know what? I don't listen. Obviously, as an artist, I mean, for this last record, I really felt like. It was important to present a collection of work, not only because, of the production values that we were trying to incorporate it, but it really was an evolution, because basically, as I said, we're talking about songs written between 2003 and 2014. That's pretty cool, in my mind anyway. So I can't see myself not presenting that, even though I understand why people might want to say this is a complete work and this is what we want you to buy, but I think it's too late for that. I think, clearly what's happened with the industry is that, people have the opportunity to pick and pay. It's going to happen in television, and it's been happening with music for a long time. What I will say, though, is I think that what has to happen, especially in Canada, because Canada has a huge problem with music piracy and downloading illegally, but what I would say is that the general population has to be made to understand that if you love an artist, support them. I mean, it's not enough to say you love them and go to your friend's house and, get them to burn a CD so you can rip off the songs. Pay the 99 cents or the $1.29 and support your artist, not only, with your support as a fan, but as a consumer. That's really important.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. Now, do you think, now the iTunes or Apple and some of the other guys like Amazon really got got the word out about the piracy, and people really respect it. Now that they have these digital devices that they spend so much money on, they don't really have a problem downloading collectible songs, such as yours, and respect the industry. So you think the wishes have been granted?
I'm not sure about that. You know what? I'm going to reserve comment because I really don't know what Apple and Amazon have done. I would say though that it is in their best interest to get it out there that, hey, listen, this is, if you want music and you want to support artists, this is where you come. Because if you do it this way, then we will make sure that your artist gets taken care of. Your favorite band, whether it's Erica Kane or myself, they'll get looked after. That's how they make their living. And I think that really it can't be just the artists doing that. It has to be other consumers as well. And quite frankly, I think the larger artists, whether it's U2 or Beyonce or any of these people, they sort of have to do that as well to help the little people, because they weren't famous artists all at once all the time, So I think that's very important.
Let me tell you one of the things that used to drive me up the wall. You used to spend really good money on these CDs, and of course, you had to have a CD for your car. You had to have one for your home. It was like you had to have a carry case to, to carry your collectibles around. That thing could get pretty big. But the biggest thing that drove me crazy besides that was you look at these music videos and you see these guys like Cash Money, those guys spending money, your hard-earned money on Lamborghini. They couldn't have one Lamborghini. They have like every color, or all of them in red, and they wrecking them, and then they showing this lavish lifestyle, and some of them we just struggling in our little townhouses, driving our little car that we're not even sure is going to start in the morning. And I think that was like the thing that was frustrating consumers, man. At least for me. I used to enjoy the videos in the beginning when they had, when BET was BET, but then it got to a point where it was glamorizing the industry so bad. It's like these guys is just like they throwing it in our face, man. So, they're going to pirate now,
Well, that's a very good point that you make. And I had not considered that there was just a backlash on the part of fans and consumers saying, listen, if you have money to throw around and cars to throw around, and the cars to show off in your videos, you obviously don't need us to support your music. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, hey, I am trying to
buy
duplicate copies. Yeah, you're thinking about you got the, I said, I really loved, these artists, the Cash Money guys, and I said, okay, now I got to go buy another CD for my home because I get tired of carrying the case around. And then that's when guys started saying, wait a minute, I'm just going to burn it on my CD, on my computer, and have a couple extra copies and I give them to my friends. So actually, the computer industry kind of made it easy for it to happen. So
absolutely.
Asking for it.
And you know what? I think unfortunately as well, at the time when you think about that whole Napster thing back in the late '90s, I think unfortunately the music industry was extremely arrogant when it came to music online and didn't respond. They should have dropped the price of CDs and made it more affordable for people and made people go to a HMV or whatever store and get the CD, but they didn't do that. That's right.
So they did not do that. All right.
Yeah.
I know that's what, and that was funny. I just had that conversation today with a good friend of mine when we was talking about a lot of the performers and musicians coming on board as independents now. They like it like that. Then are you signed to a label?
I am not.
Okay, so you're operating it as an indie. So whenever you
I am,
something,
and you know what? I think that there's a certain freedom with it. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Outside of the promotional vehicle, which is obviously huge, I'm really not sure what record companies can provide with our artists with. I'm really not sure because it's just so tough right now, And again, part of the issue is records aren't selling. But the other thing that I think when it comes to being an independent artist is I'd much rather, do what I've been doing, write the songs I want to write, have the art that I want to have, and just do my thing. When I play my record or I look at it, I know top to bottom I've made every decision, and I'm comfortable with that. Unfortunately with record companies, and there's tons of stories, of great records that were, unfortunately not released because the record company didn't like something or wanted to change something, and the artist dug their feet in it and said, no, this is what we want to present. So I don't have that issue, which is really good.
That's right. Now, Lester, how are you using social media, video, audio, to market yourself?
You know what? I have to say, the reason that Kelly Lee and I have been working together is she's been handling that for me. And really, between Twitter and Facebook and now Instagram, just to get the word out and say, hey, listen, I'm here as an artist. Here's what I'm doing. Here's where I'm performing. It's very important. And I would say that, and I'm not that big on social media, but it's important as an artist. I don't think you could be anybody of any consequence as an artist this day and age and not have some kind of presence on social media. And you know what? It's a great opportunity, and and again, I'm YouTube as well. I love YouTube. I think it's a great thing, and I have lots of videos there as well.
All right, we got to check you out, man, because my wife and I, we love sitting back in the den, man, and just go YouTube crazy, man.
Do it.
YouTube crazy. But see, the bad thing was we didn't know about guys like Lester, Lester and Erica and Angel Sessions. We don't have a clue about you guys because nobody's marketing you to our. Well, I know you guys now, but before I became Jerry Royce Live, my wife and I didn't know who you guys were. We were just looking for Rihanna and Beyonce, and we starting to get tired of looking at this stuff. We started looking at Janet Jackson and Mary J. Blige, and we tired of them. We want to see some new faces, some new sound. And here you are, right?
Well, that's and that's a function of what's happened to the industry. The industry, somewhere between boy bands and girl bands in the mid to late 90s, I think they sort of forgot about going out there and finding new artists. Now, don't get me wrong, there's lots of new artists still that are out there. I mean, I think John Legend in particular, I really like what he's doing and how he's doing it. But he is not typical. Unfortunately, what is typical is Beyonce and Rihanna and some of the hip hop artists, none of which come to my mind right now. But I think again, unfortunately, the music has become very homogenous, and it's basically all about one specific style of song. I mean, hip hop's the number one music in the world, and that's great, and I'm really happy. But at the same time, if you think about mainstream hip hop, and I'm maybe going out on a limb here, but there's not a lot that separates themselves. I mean, it sounds almost like the same artist could be responsible for all these different sounds. You're right. And that's a little frustrating. That's a little frustrating.
It is. You're right, because I tell you, man, we miss Maxwell, Sade, and DeAndre, and all those people,
and Anita
man,
Baker, and
Erica. Right? It's like, where are they? Now I heard people went crazy at the Lionel Richie and the Stevie Wonder concert. They just couldn't get enough. They were like, please don't stop. And, of course, Stevie not going to stop. He going to give you about 40 songs.
Stevie, I wasn't here. I was in Vancouver performing, actually, but Stevie came to Toronto in late November of 2014 and played for 3 hours.
Yeah.
The only reason he stopped is because they had some kind of a union issue in the venue, and if he went over, they had to go over to. But Stevie would have played another hour, I'm sure of it.
He came here, man, and did the same thing.
Absolutely, and it's so again. We're talking, and that's the old school mentality. Let's go out there and play. Let's perform, and let's just put it all out there. And I love that. One of my favorite artists of all time, and probably the reason I started to even think about singing was Michael Jackson. And I miss Jerry. June 25th, 2009 is a day I'll never forget because I've missed him ever since then. And of course
I'm gonna tell you, Lester, what made me so angry, man, about the whole thing, man. That being a fan, I always in my lifetime, I didn't get a chance to see him perform live, but my sister saw him in D.C. at RFK Stadium, and she said it was just so giant. And I think his brothers was there. Brothers were there
the
with him.
Victory Tour, maybe? 1984.
Yeah, right. It was the Victory Tour.
Yeah.
Yep, she saw him because she was going to Howard University then. Now. I had an opportunity this past Labor Day weekend at the Tom Joyner family reunion. My wife and I got to see the Jacksons perform. And, those guys are not young guys, but they was jamming it up. We just did not want it to end. I was like, why didn't they do this when they were in their 40s?
Yeah. Well, listen, a lot of things went on in the Jackson family, unfortunately, and they did it bad. I mean, listen, I think it's for that family. I think it's the price of their fame and their stature in America and around the world, quite frankly. However, you know what? I think as well, Michael was just so huge. I mean, I think everything ran through him. You know, quite frankly, now that he's gone, I think there's more of an opportunity for his brothers to get out and honor him, you know. And I think it's more, this is going to sound terrible, but I think it's a more saleable show without Michael. Because
that's what my wife said. She said the same thing.
Your wife is right. You tell your wife she's right, you know.
But we had a good time, though, man. It's a shame, you know, that, you know, it had to go down like that. And like you said, Mike was so big. It's like if Mike was living, it's like, who will go see those guys if you can't have Mike, you know?
Well, yeah, but it's a funny thing, too. I felt this at the time when he passed, and it's weird. I mean, Jerry, could you see Michael Jackson at 75 years old?
Man, I wouldn't want to see him up there like that, man.
No, exactly. And I think, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm certainly not glad by any stretch of the imagination, but I'll tell you this because I have told many people this. When This Is It, the CD and the DVD came out, on the CD there is an acoustic demo version of Michael singing She's Out of My Life with just him and guitar. Jerry, this thing's beautiful. I could not believe it. And I myself as a fan, I mean, I appreciate the dancing, the theatrics and everything, but even this last tour that Michael was going to do, This Is It, which would have been phenomenal, I would have, if he said, I'm going to tour with an 8-piece band and an orchestra and backup singers, I would have gone. And he could have sat on a stool all night as far as I was concerned. I think he was that talented. You know, his voice alone. I just wanted to hear him sing. And I would have been fine with that.
We had a chance to see Prince do that, man. I think he had some problem with his feet, and he was just in a pair of tennis shoes sitting up on a stool, man, with his guitar, man. A little round stage in the middle of everybody, and we just enjoyed it. You know, of course, we missed times when he was doing Little Red Corvette, jumping all over the place. Man,
you know, but that's the difference between Prince and Michael. I think that Prince is just so eclectic, and I think, you know, I think he evolved much more as an artist than Michael did. No disrespect to Michael, but I think after Thriller and after Dangerous, really, I'd say 1991, I think things changed for him. And then, of course, you know, the allegations of child abuse and stuff like that. I mean, that's the other thing that gets me sad, or a little bit mad, quite frankly. And you know, so I'm not going to sit here and say he didn't do it or he did do it. I don't know. But the bottom line is that 10 years, he really didn't produce anything, right? So what would he have done if that didn't happen? You know, would he have created another masterpiece? Would he have evolved again? Who knows, right? So it's hard to say.
All right, now we talking to Lester McLean. My man got a Christmas single out. You can buy it now and save it for next year. You know, people love Christmas, so it doesn't matter. They say.
Hey, listen, the great thing about that, Jerry, is that next year we just do it all over again. So,
that's right, man. That's right. It never grows old, man. You're a genius. You're a genius. All right. Well, hold tight, man. We're going to take a quick commercial, all right? We're going to listen to Helen McMillan in the $1 Million Zone.
What's stopping you from making more, having more, and being more? Hi, I'm Helen McMillan. I'm a success coach. I can help you shift into your $1 million zone of joyful success. Be your most magnetic, confident, and powerful self. The first step is to get my free ebook, 7 Simple Ways to Shift into Your $1 Million Zone. Go to www.yourmilliondollarzone.com and download it now.
All right, getting that $1 Million Zone. Lester, he's in the $1 Million Zone because he has a Christmas album out. He can sell this thing forever. All right, check it out. And again, they can find it on Amazon and iTunes.
Yes, sir.
And at Lester McLean.
LesterMcLean.com, yes, sir.
That's right. All right, man, so any final thoughts for tonight's show?
You know what? I just want to say hello to the audience. I think what you're doing here, Jerry, is a great thing. We have not spoken before tonight, and I just think this is a wonderful, positive thing that you're doing. I want to shout out to Kelly Lee, if I could. Thank her and everybody at Artists United. I have not met Erica Kane yet, but I'm looking forward to meeting her at some point, and she is a fabulous artist, so I will shout out to her as well, too. And since you're in the Baltimore area, I had not talked about my family, but I have a few relatives that play music. I have a cousin Kojo, who's a bassist and a singer. He's been working in Bermuda for quite some time. Then I have an Uncle Colin, who's a bassist in New York. And then I also have a cousin Cleon, who's a saxophonist in the Baltimore, Maryland area. So I want to shout out to all of them, if I could. Well, I just did. So what do you say?
Yeah, that's right. I just edit it out later. No. No. That's awesome, man. The family, man. Everybody picks up an instrument and play, man. We guys got to do a family piece one time, man.
Well, I'll tell you what. My brother is a drummer and composer, and I do believe that there will be something eventually with some family folks. So we'll see.
That's right. And don't forget, you can find Lester on YouTube. Now, Lester, they just need to type in your full name, and everything will come up. And what you doing, man?
What are you
doing? Are you in concert, or is it just you in a room
There's
throwing
a couple
down?
of different things. Yes, there's some concert footage. There's actually, this December, I actually did my first video, which I starred in. So the video for one of the Christmas songs that I released, and then there's a miscellaneous concert footage. There's stuff that I've done at home here, just one-on-one guitar and vocal. So there's a bunch of stuff there with the various groups that I play in. So I'm really happy that avenue is there. And again, most artists are happy with YouTube as well. So it is an opportunity to promote and go forward. So.
That's right, man. We're going to put you out there, man, so people can visit you at positivepower21.org. If they forget, it'll be right there. So we're going to have a good time, man. We appreciate having you, man, and we got to have you back when you drop the next one, okay? So if you decide to come to the States, man, you got to let us know. We appreciate you, man, and we'll be in touch, all right?
Excellent. My absolute pleasure, Jerry. Thank you.
All right. And I tell them, Lester, all the time, man. I tell people, they want to hear the good stuff, man. They got to listen to Jerry Royce live on positivepower21.org and Spreaker.com/positivepower21. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce live on positivepower21.org and Spreaker.com/positivepower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, y'all. Don't forget to stream with me. Take care, everybody.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions. And when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce live, positivepower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
What's up, everybody? This is Erica King, and I'm here with Jerry Royce live.
You are listening to positivepower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Bill Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the Poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Hardy, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Data Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Fighting Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to Positive Power 21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live. All right, now Book Buzz sponsor for tonight's show is with Darlene Rucker Williams, so stay tuned for a 60-second break.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all themes, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
sound of the beautiful Erica Kane, R&B independent. She's with the label BSE Recording, and her biography reads, "Music is the bedrock of my existence, Erica Kane." Her biography is, "The secret to Erica Kane's success lies in her individuality, passion, and uniqueness. She sings with what she feels from her heart and soul and stands strong in her integrity of her music. Substance is how she describes it." Erica Kane, a Connecticut native, sailed into the music industry in 2009 with her debut single, "Because I Love You," garnering mainstream attention and a multitude of fans. Releasing her self-entitled debut album in 2010, Erica quickly landed on the Billboard R&B hip-hop song chart with the breakthrough platinum-selling single, "Here With Me." The song's popularity earned its placement on VH1's Love and Hip Hop and a stronger fan base. Another popular tune, "For the Lovers," landed number 7 on Billboard single sales chart. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Erica Kane. Welcome to the show, Erica. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing so good. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, my pleasure. And your voice is so beautiful. Oh, my goodness. I love that song. And that's your hit song, "Can't Get Enough," right?
Yes, that is the hit. It just kind of really took off on its own, and the fans and the listeners responded to it, so, it worked for me.
Yeah, I see why, man. I fell in love with this song. I was like, wow. That's why I always try to have surprises on the show. I could have sat around all day listening to your music. But I'm like, no, I want to be real when I hear it for the first time. Now, the first question for tonight is, who is Erica Kane?
Erica Kane is a complex woman of integrity and substance. I feel a big part of my mission here with my music is to bring substance back into not music, because that's everywhere. There's amazing artists out there, performing their craft, in the way that they want to. But as far as the mainstream platform, I really believe my mission is to bring substance back into music. So that's who I am, and that's what I plan to do.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, because, the one thing I can say about the internet, man, it's opening some doors to everybody, Right. What you say about the internet, I know it has its good and it has its bad, because you're always going to get the yin and the yang. But tell us, how has the internet been good to you?
Oh, well, the internet is everything nowadays. It's how I interact with my fan base on a daily basis. It's how, it's where the charts are. It's where the music is. It's where, the best radio stations are. I mean, it's just really extremely prominent right now. And as an independent artist, it's one of the the free tools that you have at your disposal. And, I made sure when I was first starting my career that that's got to be a big piece to everything, because that's how you connect worldwide, That's the only way.
That's right. Now, we have heard of so many artists being discovered on YouTube and independent podcasts. I think it has been like the best thing ever, because my wife and I, we love sitting back looking at some of these unknown artists sing some of these covers of some of the popular artists, and then you're like, wow, they sound better. It's amazing. These voices out here, like you said, there's so much talent out here. Now, you bust on the scene in 2009. Were you in Connecticut at the time?
I was. I was living in southern Connecticut, where I still reside right now. I grew up in northeastern Connecticut, a small town, very peaceful, loving environment, but I knew if I wanted to pursue music, I had to get a little bit closer to the city. So I moved to southern Connecticut, and immediately I met everybody who's somebody, that's involved in something. in my area, and worked with many producers and met a lot of labels, but my parents really were very protective of me, and they knew the industry is brutal. So they were like, don't ever sign anything. So I really followed that, that tactic. And eventually through just connecting and networking is how I met my current label, BSC Recordings. Through a producer I was working with, very talented artist. His name is K-Mel's. I just got a call out of the blue, like, I think you need to meet this label. They're looking for a female artist. They're independent. And once I heard independent, that that rang a bell, because, that's who I'm, that's me anyway. That's who I'm about. And it worked out from there.
Good. Now, when your parents said don't sign anything, did they say don't sign without your lawyer present, or don't sign without them looking at it first? What was the deal there?
Well, they just said, all I got was don't sign anything. I took it, that was just their way of saying, just don't. I mean, they told me this when I was 16, 17, thinking about, that was, when I was very naive to, the crazy part about the business and everything. But they instilled it in me, and they, just that protection. I always knew you want to believe people really care, and they really want to do things for you. But at the end of the day, most of everybody's really looking out for themselves, so you have to. But of course, yes, it was. Of course, I had a lawyer involved once I did, make that move.
That's right. Now, how old were you when you first busted on the scene? Now, we got the time. It was 2009. When did you really bust on the scene? Like, were you doing like the smaller clubs just to see if it was your thing?
Oh, well, my dreams were huge. I wanted to be as big as Michael Jackson. I wanted my music to heal the world. My dreams were big. So I was just about, I guess, expressing myself and making that right connection. I did do a lot of open mic nights, in the city, New York City, and here in Southern Connecticut, just to, I was dabbling in my songwriting, and I wanted to perform my original material for the first time, because I was kind of done with singing cover songs. I really found and honed in on my songwriting ability, and it was cool going to different club to club, performing your music. It's great, but at the end of the day, my dreams were huge. So
so you were ready to perform your own material, like Madonna and those guys. Now, did you travel around with your own band when you were doing South Connecticut and New York? Did you have your own band that was traveling with you, your own group?
No, because I only had a few days off. I was working job after job just to support the studio time. And what I was recording, and also with traveling. So I was, before, I hooked up with the label, I was just on my grind, trying to just put myself out there and connect with, whoever I could. So it was just me and the music. It was me and the music before.
Wow. So you didn't even do what other groups, like you hear about how Prince and Morris Day and them, they started out having a band, which they got together when they were in high school, and that's pretty much, all they wrote, was the band, the guys,
Right.
Being in South Connecticut, 2009, the internet was strong, the broadband was there, because I remember I was working it myself around 2006, so it was getting there. Were you taking advantage of the internet then in 2009 to get your voice out there, or you just was hitting the concrete in the street?
I was doing both. I was hitting it from each corner. I had no choice, just to get your name and your brand and who you are out there. I think the performing is good for growth and development and experience and experience in your performing and how the audience interacts. So that's a great, so basically I developed myself, as an artist before I met with BSC, which was good for them because they could tell, like, I was ready. I was ready to go.
You was ready to go. So when did you know, deep down inside that this is your thing and you want to make a career out of it? When did that hit you, that bug?
I would say right after high school. It's just, I wouldn't feel right settling for something that I didn't feel in my heart or pursuing something that I didn't want to pursue. I saw so many people doing that around me, which is fine. Everyone picks their journey. Maybe that's what they want, what they choose. But at the same time, I was like, I have to follow, my heart. And there's so many other young female artists doing the same. I'm like, I'm just as talented, I can do this too. So it was really just a motivation.
Mm-hmm. So you didn't decide to try college for a little while and then some people they still.
Oh yeah, I went to college. I went to college for a year because my parents really wanted me to, but I already had my plan. I was already plotting and planning. I was definitely skipping class. I don't encourage anybody to skip class, but I was at music history class. I was front row and center, and just one day I was like, you know what, this is really my true passion, and this is what I'm going to do. I don't care how many jobs I have to work to support this, and that's what I chose to do. So
you didn't decide to major in music?
No, because I wanted to get right to it. I felt like there's no experience like real life experience. I wasn't really into going to school for music. I felt as though I had it in me and I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I mean, of course, there's always more to learn. But to me, music can get very complicated, and you can really break it down to mathematics, and you can really spend a lot of time, and you could probably get a lot of networking and a lot out of that. But it just wasn't in my heart. I was ready to get right to it.
That's right. Now, do you read music?
I can, but I don't really choose to. I'm more of a feeler and memory. I remember things and I feel things, but I can because my choir teacher in high school was no joke. Like, if we couldn't read music, we might as well just left. So I remember I had to. Yeah,
you're right about that, because my daughter studied music. She actually was at a school that had as a magnet. It wasn't her magnet. She was a French student major, but she can read music really well, and she learned that in elementary school. And she ended up and she can sing too. She does a lot of cover work. She can mark like anybody,
Yeah.
Like Rihanna, Beyonce, and all those kind of popular singers she could do. Because sometimes we'll be upstairs and my wife will say, tell her to turn that Alicia Keys song down, and my son will say, that's not Alicia Keys, that's Skylar. I was like, what? and she really wanted to major in music in middle school, but my wife was like, nah, let's choose a language you can get in. That's guaranteed.
Yeah.
So that was funny. Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right. Now tell us about your hit song, Can't Get Enough. Where were you when you wrote that?
Can't Get Enough is it's a very laid back, chill, smooth production. The writers are Jasmine Joyner and Lou Humphrey and myself, and they wrote the music. And once they presented the music to me, you know, it had Erica Kane written all over it. I was like, this, you know, this will be on the album. So there's no question. And the melodies just flowed through me through this song. It was like, you know, definitely meant to be. I'm very big on melody in my music. I don't think there's enough of that going on, and there's a lot of that in that song. But it's not as deep lyrically and arranged or as big of an arrangement as, you know, a lot of my music. It's more taken back a notch. But I'm just so happy that my fans are responding and supporting the single, and it's doing well on the Amazon chart.
Oh, wow, really? So the download.
Yeah, it went to #1 in R&B.
Wow, that's incredible. So that's the power of the internet right there, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. So, and that melody is beautiful, and then with your voice, it was perfect blend. They're perfect blend. See why people fall in love with your music already. All right. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we come back. We're going to listen to your first release, which was called "It's There." When we come back from this 60-second break with Book Buzz. All right, everybody. So hold tight. We're talking to Erica Kane, R&B artist, independent label, BSC recording, big shot. All right, hold tight. We'll be right back.
Are you experiencing a stage of life trauma? An everyday life experience that may distract you or shake your faith? My good books are short stories written on everyday topics like jealous friends or an abusive parent, written with an underlying message directing your thoughts to a positive and spiritual place. My good book strives to provide a positive influence for real people with real life struggles seeking hope, inspiration, and a perspective that will change how you handle your own life's journey. Read my good books to enjoy a positive and spiritual message today. Then share it with someone else who needs it.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Play everything in its entirety. We're going to get this interview in. We want to hear every word from R&B artist Erica Kane. Right, Erica? We want to hear your voice. We want to hear you speak. Now, Erica, okay, I'm going to read this piece right here real quick for our audience. It says, Kane had over 20 features of her music on VH1 reality shows and TV series between 2010 and 2012, and landing 2 theme songs as her song Make It is the theme song for VH1's Hollywood Exes, and also spin-off show Atlanta Exes. Here With Me was a prominent feature that landed on NY's Love and Hip Hop Season 1, an unforgettable love scene with reality star Samaya Reese and her ex-boyfriend. Now, So how all that happened? You got caught up, your music got caught up, your voice got caught up with reality TV. How did that happen?
I know. Good question. You know what? I don't know, but it's a blessing. What I do know is that VH1 contacted us and actually just said, "We love your album." Here With Me came first. It was the first feature that was on the Love and Hip Hop. And nobody knew, it was the first Love and Hip Hop. So nobody really had any pre-judging about that show because it was brand new, right?
Yeah.
Now when I think about Love and Hip Hop, I'm like, where would there ever be a scene now for my music? But it made it. It made the first round. It was like one of the romantic moments in the entire season. But it landed it, and they played the song for about a minute, and it really resonated. So it's the visual with the music and what the music is saying that really helps, supports the music and what I'm doing. So I'm grateful for it. And I'm grateful for my theme song that's on Hollywood X's as well.
Yeah, you're rolling now. Your album, Through the Veil, released October 24th, 2014, is available on Amazon and iTunes, and people loving it now. I'm going to tell you, Erica, with having a tablet and then your iPhone, your Android, it's just making it so easy for people to have everything. It got on my nerves that I had to carry a phone and an iPod and whatever else you needed in life with you. Now everything is right there. Do you love it? I mean, you gotta love it.
It's crazy. I mean, you're right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can read your favorite book while listening to your favorite tunes at the same time. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. It is. It's crazy. The only thing we gotta do is not do it when we walk or when we drive, because that's when because texting and walking or browsing the internet and walking, man, sometimes you never know what you're gonna walk into.
I know, you're right about that. Cause now my phone is so huge now, because I went out there and bought the doggone Apple 6 Plus, whatever it's called. Yeah, Apple 6, yeah. And that thing is huge. Even for a man's hand, it's hard to do your thing with your thumb. And sometimes even take selfies.
Yeah, I got that one too, yeah.
Yeah, but it's nice when you're walking and texting. I love it. Because I can see.
That is true. That is true.
I can see. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'll say it's big enough where you don't have to have it right in front of, like putting it right in front of your face, yeah.
Yeah, you got your peripheral. Yeah, because you still got your peripheral working for you, but you can still see what you're doing. Right. Like I'm walking through the parking lot, I can see if a car's coming or not, and I know my little path to take, and then I won't trip on the sidewalk. I just love that thing.
There you go.
Yeah, that's right. And for artists like you have an opportunity. You don't have to wait around for the big boys who've been running the show for so many years to send you an email saying that you made the top 10 of what Billboard is and the other ones are. You can just get the same satisfaction from Amazon and iTunes because you're still making money. You're still getting downloads, right? Same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're not sharing the wealth with everybody at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
All right, so let's talk about that a little bit, about the business. Tell us about the business. Why you decide with your big voice, your beautiful choices in music, in lyrics and melody, why you decide to go independent?
Well, again, it's just kind of what unfolded. I've always tried to follow, my mission and my path in life, which is, I believe, to spread love and connect people through my music. But it's just it's a crazy business, it's like stepping into the twilight zone a little bit.
That's right, I know.
Because go ahead.
Now I was gonna say I see Brian McKnight name was mentioned with your first single, It's There. How did he get involved with the project?
Well, that was a connection of basically an acquaintance that knew him, and we had a record called It's There, and we had just finished writing it. It was about the beginning of last year, and it was just a connection. Brian heard the record, and he said he would love to be on it, and next thing you know, I'm in the studio collaborating with Brian McKnight. We're working together in the studio, and I was able to actually produce him, which was like the coolest thing ever. So
wow, that's big. That's big time. That's big. And then you had another single, Thrown It All Away. What was going on with that piece?
Throw It All Away is, if you know the R&B Erica Kane, Throw It All Away is I spiced it up a little bit. It has a pop edge to it. It's very catchy. It's upbeat, but it's very lighthearted, and that song is really about, whatever happened within the day. You had the worst day in your entire life, like, celebrate that it's over and celebrate your life and what you do, the things that you do have. So it's a great song if you're having a really tough one.
I believe you. Now, being under an independent label, will we be able to buy tickets to a concert featuring Erica Kane, even if you're opening for another act? Will we ever see you with, maybe like a Sade or any of the favorites that's out there that people look forward to seeing? Will we ever see that?
that would be a good collab. Wow, I didn't even think of that.
I know. I was sitting so crazy.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up. I just got the chills for a minute. That's a good idea. I'm gonna
chilling now.
That. Yeah.
I'm it's like, did somebody turn the air conditioner on in this room? I was like, wow.
I know what's going on.
Oh, man,
yes, that would be
awesome.
That would be dope. That would be dope. I'm gonna look into that. But other than that, I am planning on touring this year, 2015, and yes, you can follow my tour schedule and how to get tickets on my official website, which is ericakane.com. The schedule is not up yet, but it will be up in the next month as we are putting together what cities I'm going to be and so on and so forth. So that should be up within a month, and all my other news and everything, the latest news, you can check out my website as well, ericakane.com.
Yeah, ericakane.com. That's where I am right now. The beautiful Erica Kane. Now, Erica, what kind of advice would you have for someone young, beautiful, have a big voice, kind of winging it on her own, pretty much, don't have the support of the family? What kind of advice would you be able to give a young person like that?
Well, definitely know your craft, know the business of your craft, know everything you need to know before even stepping into it. And know your power. Know, especially if you're an artist, a lot of artists, the message out there is that our artists aren't powerful, and they're so powerful. They have so much, so much to give, and so much, they're a part of the whole big picture. So you have to know the business that you're getting into so that you can protect yourself, and especially women. I mean, I've had the craziest of experiences trying to network and connect with people, because there was just, it was mostly men. There's not many women that I really came across since I've been in the business. And, they they just don't take me seriously, or they don't, they kind of looked at me as if, not all of them, just, some really creepy situations. You have to be careful because they look at you as, well, if she doesn't know she doesn't know the business and she doesn't know what she's doing, we can take advantage of her and tell her this, but we'll really do A, B, and C. So that would be my biggest thing for women, for sure.
Yeah. It's funny because I've been coming across some of the most honest families that's involved with the music industry now. We have a husband and a wife that's working as a team. It's like the woman is there to protect, the innocent. And, of course, the man is there to try to drive the business, but at the same time look for talent. And it's like a family. Even with the book industry, it's like they're bringing it together, like more family-oriented. Do you have that feeling with BSC recordings?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I couldn't be luckier. I'm so involved in every decision of my career. I can stay true to myself, my message, my music, and not sell my soul or be somebody that I'm not, and that's really important and also hard to do in this industry. It's hard to do when so many people are telling you, well, you should, you're really not this and you should do that kind of music because this is what you look like, or, it's everything. People just, they break you down, and you have to really, you really have to stand your ground and stay true to yourself, and eventually, they'll get it.
Yeah.
That's really my story. Because I've been down that road where, because I've had 3 albums, I've had a lot of success, but I've had so much trouble being visible because the larger platforms, aren't, so much happy that I'm around, or don't really want me to, mess up the party that they got going on. So it's a constant fight. But I know that once I have the music and the fans behind me, you know what? I'm good.
Right.
I'm good.
That's right. Just build that fan base. That's all I'm doing. Just trying to build a fan base. They will carry you. I mean, that's who's spending the money on your material, right?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Absolutely.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break. We're talking to Erica Kane, R&B artist with the beautiful album Through the Veil. It's available now on Amazon and iTunes. All right. Now, Erica, before we take this break, now can they purchase your singles independently as well as download the whole album entirely? Does it work like that for you?
Yep, you can do that. All you have to do is go on either Amazon or iTunes and click on the individual song, and it'll take you, right to that link. So you can do it separately.
All right, so they can get like a sample, and then, hey, I want to buy this, and get the whole album. All right. I'm going to be buying the whole album. I am definitely a fan. All right, let's listen to another episode of Book Buzz, and we'll be right back with Erica King. Hold tight, everybody.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
All right. Check her out, Tamika Kane. That's right, .com. All right, we're talking to Erica Kane, a hit song, Can't Get Enough. Now, it sounds like all your songs have been hits on Amazon. I'm looking at your bio, and I see number one, 8 weeks, 20. What's the deal? All of the hits?
You know what? Honestly, they are. Whether they make it as a hit in the perception or not. To me, they are, and that's what I think makes a great artist. I mean, I grew up in a time where artists made great albums. Like, the albums were great. It wasn't just, let's focus, let's saturate this one song, like, down to the ground, and, and do a video or, whatever the case is. It's to me, as an artist, when you make an album, it's like, it's your heart and soul. And not only is it that, it's your experiences from the past year or a couple years from your last album. That's what albums should be. They should be your canvas for, your experience, your life experiences. So that's really what I try to do.
That's right. Now, this is number 3 for you, you say? 3 to Veil?
This is number 3, yes.
Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. All right, well, we're out of time, but we want to get your final thoughts before we end the show. Any final thoughts?
Oh, I'm just so thankful that you had me on your show. I've heard wonderful things about your show. I'm going to stay tuned in, and let's stay connected. I'm grateful for your audience. So just thank you so much for supporting me and my music, and shout out to my label, BSG, and shout out to my fans. Keep supporting my music. Follow me on Twitter at Erica Kane also.
Yes, that's right, ericakane.com. We appreciate having you, and we got to have you back when you drop your 4th album or any singles. Feel free to drop a radio drop so we could promote you. That's what we do here at Jerry Royce Live. And I tell you, Erica, I tell them all the time, they got to tune in. They got to, because we always get the good stuff on Jerry Royce Live. And we had Erica Kane tonight, that's right, talking to us about her 2 hits, her 3rd album drop. Check out you guys on Amazon and iTunes. All right, and the name of the album again is Through the Veil, and it's ericakane.com with BSC Recordings. I'm Jerry Royce Live at positivepower21.org and Spreaker.com/positivepower21. Stay awesome, everybody, all week long. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on positivepower21.org and Spreaker.com/positivepower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, guys, y'all stay tuned. We got another one coming up in 10 minutes. I'm Jerry Royce Live. Hold the line, Eric.
Hi, this is your girl Cotton, the softest voice in poetry. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce Live worldwide on positivepower21.org. You should be listening to Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, this is Gary Scott, author of Redefining the N-Word on Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to positivepower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat.
Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the Poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live worldwide on internet radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
All right. Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining us and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and our Book Buzz sponsor for tonight's show is Darlene Rucker-Williams, and her company is called Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. And here's a 60-second presentation on Book Buzz.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
All right, that's Darlene Rucker-Williams. She makes the most wonderful gifts. I wish I had everything so I'd be able to answer that question. What do you give somebody that has everything? All right, you give them a gift basket. All right, y'all, we celebrating Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. Me and the wife had an opportunity to go out there to see the latest movie. I guess it comes out of Oprah's production house, Harpo. And Stella, that was an awesome movie. You got to go see it, y'all. Now if you're one of those people that skip out when it comes to voting, man, you're going to find out the hard way. It may bring tears to your eyes while you need to hit those polls, man. Not just about who's running, who's not running. It's just about people died, man. People died for that purpose. All right. Tonight on the show, we got author Gary Scott. He's a big-time author. I know he's hearing it. He got a book out called Refining the N-Word, a novel by Gary Scott. All right, and his synopsis of his book started out, N-I-G-G-A, the most controversial word to come out of the English language. And it was, too. My mom would never let me say that word in the neighborhood while my other friends were saying it. She just would not let us say it. Some hate it, some love it, and some just don't care. Yet, it has become one of the most widely used words to define the modern black in America today. What do I mean? what was your reaction to the title of this book? Did you see someone harshly spit that word out in a southern drawl? Did you see someone use it while giving dap, then affectionately converse about the hood? Did you see someone scream it in rage as they repeatedly shoot someone? Was it ribbit in a lyric, in a new song, or is it a word that has no meaning until you randomly decide to give it one? The word Nigga is grossly offensive to some but not to others. However, as a diverse people, we have one thing in common with the word Nigga. How do we take the conflicting messages of what particularly ambitious word means and bring resolution to them? This book attempts to do that by placing you right in the middle of that. All right, Gary Scott, welcome to Jerry Royce Live. How you doing tonight, sir? Oh, you know what? I forgot I put him on mute because I heard some noise rambling around. Sorry about that, Mr. Scott.
That's all right, man. I'm here.
All right. Sorry, man. Like, what happened to him? Yeah, I had to put you on mute. The producers like to have a clean show so they can upload it for your benefit, man. Hey, man. Welcome, man. Welcome to Jerry Royce Live, man. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I'm glad to be here.
All right, awesome. We're glad to have you, man. Talk about this book, man, especially the day Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, a guy who laid down his life, man, fighting for us so we won't be called that, by others, other persuasions. And yet, we use the word so freely among our own. All right, man. So first question is, man, who is Gary Scott?
Well, I grew up I was born in Harlem, Mount Sinai Hospital, and I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. I'm an artist. I can paint. I can draw. I can do any kind of artwork, and I'm also a writer. I like to write poetry. I like to write plays, and I like to write about controversial stuff people don't talk about. Like one of the titles of my play was "Preacher and the Prostitute," and there's a story in the Bible about Hosea and a prostitute. And what I did was just bring that thing up to today's times and what would happen if this Bible story actually came true. And it came out with a great play that I think one of my best pieces that we call Love Story, Preacher and the Prostitute. So most of my stuff is controversial.
Wow. And where can people find your work, man? Because I remember I thought I saw one piece of a project you had out there on Amazon.
Yeah, I've got just this book on Amazon. My other stuff, I have a website, GaryScottProductions.com, and that's the only place that you can find the plays. I'm still trying to find distribution for the plays, but this current book is on Amazon, iBooks, Kindle. Pretty much every large distributor has it right now.
All right. So you say your website is
GaryScottProductions.com. Gary
Scott. All right. I got a best friend named Gary Scott. But I knew when you contacted me, it wasn't him who said they were a writer. Here right now. All right, man. That's awesome, man. So you're one of those people, man, that pretty much have all the talent. Do you sing?
No, I don't sing. I can act. I sometimes have to act in my plays because I can't find enough actors or actors who will cooperate. But I haven't tried singing. I don't think I can do that.
How about, can you play an instrument?
Can't play an instrument. My father was a great musician, but it just didn't pass down to me.
Wow, man. I know my kids trip me out, man, because they do some things that my wife and I can't do. Like my wife, for one, my wife can't ride a bike, so that wasn't a hard one. But they sing, play instruments, all that good stuff. But that is awesome, man. Wow, artist, man. I grew up like that, man. My dad was an artist, and that's how we got into publishing, man. All right, that is super. Now, let's talk a little bit more about your life, man. So, what was life like growing up to be Gary Scott? What was that like? Let's talk about middle school. Middle school is one of the hardest. Let's talk about middle school first.
Middle school was fine. I had a great childhood. I grew up in Brooklyn. We played in the fire hydrants in the summertime and played games and played football in the street. I wouldn't change anything about my childhood. Like I said, I had a wonderful childhood.
Yeah.
And I really like growing up in Brooklyn, New York.
Awesome, man. You grew up just like I grew up, man. You know, playing in the streets, you know, in a neighborhood, what they call a real neighborhood.
Yep,
you know?
the neighborhood, yep.
Yeah, no danger. Just play. Couldn't wait to get up, go outside.
Until the lights came on, you had to get in the house. That was about it.
Yep. And we sat out there, you know, sit on. See, lucky for us, I think when you grew up, you guys had what, like the brownstones, where you just had the little marble steps that you guys
had the brownstones with the stoop, where you sit on the stoop and hang out with your friends. You know,
yeah. We actually had porches, man, where you could sit like 15 people. Yeah. And we took turns going to each person's house because, you know, your moms, you know, be like, y'all making all that noise. Go down the street to Eric's house or Mark's house, you know. So we take turns. We go on rotation. That's awesome, man. Good childhood. Now, when did you find out that you were good at art? You know,
I found out when I was in junior high school. When I was in junior high school, they gave us aptitude tests, and they found out I had artistic ability, and they sent me to what you would call a magnet school, a specialized school just for art. And I went there for high school, and from then on, I've been an artist.
Wow. So then, so high school. So what was high school like? Did you play sports, or you know, you just did the art thing for a while?
No, I just did the art thing. I just worked in there doing I just worked doing my artwork and I just worked when I was in high school and you know it was a great experience. No sports though. What I liked about my high school is because it was a high school that drew kids from all different boroughs. I got to intermix with Spanish people, Koreans, white people, and that was a great experience because in the hood it was just brothers. But when I went to my high school, I got to mix with different races, which was that was an experience.
Yeah, that prepares you for life, man. You know, especially you know if you got one of those kind of jobs where the incomes are high, you're going to find that there's going to be people from all walks of life working for that particular employer. All right. Good for you, man. All right, so did you do college? Any college?
Well, I went to an art school. I got an associate's in science degree in marketing. I went there for about 2.5 years, and after that, left there and went into the workforce and started working in advertising agencies. And I did that for about 2 or 3 years, and then I ended up starting my own graphic design company. And I did a lot of things. I started a graphic design company. I ran a nightclub for a few years in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, called The Tees. I was one of the first people to do the networking parties where you had back in there was in the 80s and 90s. You had the upper middle class blacks they called buppies, and I did the networking parties with the jazz and the hors d'oeuvres and stuff, and the businessmen come there and trade business. So I've had a pretty interesting life. I've experienced a lot of things, had a lot of different business ventures.
Yeah, good. So what are you doing now? You just working for yourself right now?
Right now, I work for myself. I'm a freelance artist. I do different types of jobs, anything from painting someone's portrait to doing a mural in a church or a daycare center, or painting of someone's motorcycle or their band. I still do graphic design work on the computer. So pretty much anything that comes in. So that's what I'm doing. And I also enjoy writing. As I said, and produce local plays here in the Jacksonville area. I've been doing that for about 7 years.
Wow. So let me ask this, Gary. So when the computer age took over, man, because I remember we used to be color pencils, chalk, and watercolor, to be creative, and then you had to put that boy up on a whiteboard and shoot it with a camera. Man, when that computer came, or when that Mac came, I know it was small. How excited were you, man? How excited were you when that came out?
I was excited, and I was also kind of disappointed that a lot of creativity is, I think that if the tool is a blessing and a curse, because it makes a person that's creative, able to do more things, but it also takes away from a person sitting down and taking that pencil and paper and drawing. There is something about the freedom of just sketching on canvas or sketching on a piece of paper that you can't get, copy that on a computer. there are things like I think it's two different art forms. When you go back to the old school charcoals and stuff, it has a different feel. Anyway, for me, then I can I can draw on the computer, but I just still like that the texture and the look of an original hand drawing. I guess that's why we still have museums and we still have paintings in museums. People still appreciate that.
Yeah, that's right, man. We still appreciate that, man. People still, drawing on canvas because that was me, man. I was always, man. I went straight into publishing. I think I was around 12 when a group of friends, we started our own publishing company with comic books, man. We was, creating our own characters, after being a big avid reader of comic books for so long, the Spider-Man series and the Batman and Superman. We decided to do our own thing. That was just me, I want to do that too. So I know how you feel, man. Just there having that number 2 pencil and some plain 20-pound paper. Just being creative, man. That's great. Working for yourself. Now that everything is so virtual now, I mean, you got these websites out there now where people can get services as cheap as $5. They can get masterful work, graphics like book covers and stuff for $29, man. I'm just like, wow, did it come down to that the competition is so stiff worldwide that people are doing this kind of work for less than $100?
Yeah, that's where it has gotten. That's why I said it was a blessing and a curse, bro.
yeah, because the internet is just it's connected to everybody. They said it's like 3 billion people on the internet.
Yeah. So
you just say, wow, if you just get just a little inkling of that business, you'd be doing tremendous, but nobody wants to pay nothing.
Yeah, you got it.
But even for this great engineering with this podcast, you ask somebody for a couple of dollars to promote their product, they look at you like, let me get back to you. I got to check my budget. It's like, if you don't have that, man, you're in trouble. And then the thing that kind of tripped me out, and I guess my staff always be trying to bring me back, because I remember we used to charge thousands of dollars for websites. I still hear people charging $15,000 to $20,000 for these big, elaborate corporate websites. And then when you have someone come along that's like an author or whatever, and they tell you what they want, it's like, man, I charge $20,000 for a website like that, and they say, well, I only have $600. Yeah. He's like, well, you better go talk to one of those little kids in high school to do that for you for $600. It is just, and our art form, man, is something you're born with. That creativity, the way to identify colors and put them together, and the time you put into the thoughts of some of these projects. To me, you should be starting at $1,000. I don't know, Gary. You got me rambling off now, man. I'm mad.
I'm in a sore spot.
Yeah, man. Because just think, dude, someone contact you, they want you to do this and do that, and then, you tell them what your price is, and they, I was talking to someone who said they could do it for half of that. Well, why you calling me then? That's what you feel like saying. Okay, well, then you say you hate to pass up on the money. You say, well, if I get 3 more of those, that'll match what I really want. But then you're talking about time away from your family, time away from what you really want to do, time away from Netflix, getting your 8 hours of sleep. It's tough, man. You're right, man. All right, let me calm down. Let's take a commercial break so I can calm down, man. And when we get back, man, we're going to be ready to talk about redefining the N-word by Gary Scott, the artist, the poet. And we're going to talk about that too, man, about your poetry too, man. We got something that you may be interested in, okay? All right, y'all. We're going to hear a piece from my good friend out there in the internet world. She's a host herself, her name Brenda Williams, released 2014 Explicit Expressions. She said it's a hot, 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 hot book. Check it out.
Are you looking for something steamy, hot, and erotic? Well, you're looking for Explicit Expressions by Brenda Williams, one of the most prolific erotic writers of all time, brings to you her collection of sensual erotic stories, poems, and seduction that will warm the hearts of anyone. Each one penned, guaranteed to have minds wandering, hearts racing, automatically introducing sexual bliss. So lay back, get comfy, get ready to be mesmerized. This will be an experience you'll never forget.
How would you like to have a book that reflects your life? Hi, I'm Mocha Butterfly. I would like to tell you more about my latest book, The Reality of Mocha Butterfly. It's a poetry chapbook capturing my life that covers subjects such as self-esteem, anti-bullying, spirituality, family, friends, love, and heartbreak. You can purchase your copy online at twopensandlit.com/Thompson. To find out more about me, visit me on Facebook at facebook.com/M8CHA Fly. Thanks for listening.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions, and when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
That's right. We play your favorite music, Angel. Angel's such a gifted and talented performer, singer. Check her out, Angel Sessions, on Facebook. She's about to drop a new album, too. I'm still in love with the first one. I listen to it every day at lunchtime. That's right. Brother got to relax. All right, we're talking to Gary Scott, multi-talented one. He has a book out called Redefining the N-Word, a novel. All right, Gary. Tell us, man. What's up, man? What's up with the book?
Okay, the first thing is am I allowed to speak freely, or are we going to say the N-word? Because in my book we don't use the N-word. So
yeah. Well, just for the respect of Dr. Martin Luther King on his birthday, and this is my mom's favorite show, and she's a school teacher. We'll just say the N-word, if you don't mind.
But I won't be able to read any of the book then, because there's not an N-word in the book.
It's not in the book? Tell you what, it is internet. You know, I guess you do what you got to do. You know, if it's in your heart, you know, and it's your product, you know,
Yep.
Go ahead. Go for it.
That's what I'm saying, man, is that I got to be real to what I'm doing. Can I read part of the book?
Yeah, I understand. Go ahead, man. Be real, man.
Can I read part of the book? I wanted to read
go ahead.
a chapter of it. It's called Nigga Define. Okay?
Okay.
All
right.
Nothing. I came up with nothing. I got to say something. So I'll do what I always done. I try to make a joke out of it by saying, come on, man, what you trying to do? Psychoanalyze me? Johnny Boy comes right back with, boy, I don't have to psychoanalyze you. I am you. Or at least I was you. I was just like you. All I knew was my hood. Well, I said, I like my hood. I like mine too, he said as he sipped the last bit of coffee from the cup that had been sitting on the table. He puts the cup back down and smacks his lips before he said, back when I was coming up, we didn't call it a hood. We called it a neighborhood because that's what we were. We were neighbors. We looked out for each other, actually cared for each other. Then that smirk returned to his face. I know you don't believe it, but just because a neighborhood got a lot of black people in it doesn't mean it got to be a bad neighborhood. It don't mean it has to be a ghetto. Johnny Boy gets up now and throws his now empty coffee cup back in the trash as he makes his way back to his seat. I think you don't watch one too many of them videos. Mess your head like a lot of young guys your age. He drops his old butt back in his chair and sits like he wants to pause or something. I look around, everybody watching now, everybody, the guards and all. Man, I really don't like this dude. I mean, I really don't like him. So I try to set him straight. My head not messed up. Your problem is you too old. I laugh as I turn my chair away from him. As far as I was concerned, this conversation is over. I turn my chair, now sitting with my back to Johnny Boy. I now face our now captive audience, shake my head, and point over him with my thumb and say, niggas. Niggas. Now that woke old boy up. He leans forward and repeats the word after me, saying, niggas, niggas. Now I heard the word about 100 times, but the way he said it was different. The way he said it was filled with pain. It felt like it had weight. I hear the word nigga at least a few thousand times a day, but I never heard it said the way he said it. Johnny Boy is now upset. He points his bony finger right at my back. He points that bony finger so hard in the air, I can almost feel it. So much so that the pressure of that finger forces me to turn around. When I do, he speaks to me. This time, there was a pleading and a desperation in his voice, with that finger still hanging in his head in the air. He said, that's another thing. Why you keep calling yourself that? I hate that word. Don't you know people marched, protested, and died so we don't have to be called an ugly name anymore? Then he questions me. Let me ask you something. Where did niggas come from anyway? Now, he can't be serious. I never heard someone ask a question so ridiculous in my life. I respond to the question the only way I can with a laugh. Where did niggas come from? Where did niggas come from? As I question him in disbelief. Yeah, where did niggas come from? I mean, there ain't no nigga planet. There's no nation to nigga them. You can't find it on the map. Now, every race of people on the planet got a place of origin. Everybody except niggas. But niggas ain't a race of people. Niggerdom was made up, I tell you. Niggerdom is a made-up ideological system designed to keep men down. Niggerdom don't exist nowhere on this planet but in a man's mind. Made up, I tell you. It's made up in imagination. Now, you know what the Bible tells me to do with imagination? He stands up to make his point. He makes a sweeping motion with his hand, as he said emphatically, cast it down. Cast it down, I tell you. Cast it down to the pits of hell where it came from. Now, what I really don't understand is why you young people want to hold on to a name you didn't even come up with. I hate that word. People were hung from trees because of that word. People were burnt alive and castrated because of that word. Little girls were blown apart while they were getting ready for Sunday school, all because of that word. Don't you know about the Freedom Riders, Rosa Parks, Medgar Evers, Emmett Till? He pauses and thinks about what I just said, as if the words and his passion have fallen on deaf ears. But then he gathers himself and he tries again. This time, his attention is not just on me, but everybody in the cell block. He surveys the whole cell block to make sure that he has everyone's attention before he speaks. He sounds like he got a really bad taste in his mouth, and he stares everybody down, guards and all. Then he spits out that nasty taste out of his mouth. Like I said, I hate that word. And you young people now use it more than the KKK. He waves his bony finger back and forth from one side of the cell block to the other. Nigger this and nigger that. Johnny Boy just stands in the middle of the cell block looking like he just dropped some science on us. Now I just about had it with this old dude. So I set him straight. I mean, I really set him straight. I yell real loud because I know I got his butt now. First of all, it ain't nigger. I spell it out for him, N-I-G-G-E-R. It's nigger, I say. And before I can get the words out, everybody in the cell block, and I mean everybody from the inmates to the guards, spell it out with me in unison, N-I-G-G-A. Everybody laughs. Johnny Boy should have left well enough alone, but he crossed the line, and I laughed at him too, good for his butt. What he don't know is I know they marched. I know they were spit upon. I know they were set afire. What he don't know is I don't care. That's why I don't care. Like I said before, it ain't 1963. And I tell him good, yeah, I know, old man. But what you fail to realize is I don't care. So I spell it out for him again, N-I-G-G-A. You hear what I said, nigga? N-I-G-G-A. Johnny Boy stands there with everybody laughing. Everybody, even his newfound friend Shirley is laughing. Johnny Boy sits there and holds his spot. Can I continue reading?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
He doesn't move. He waits until the laughter stops. And what the hell is the difference, he says loudly. And what the hell is the difference? He asks again for a second. What the hell is the difference? It's the way you say it, I shout back. The way you said it, Johnny Boy says in disbelief. Yeah, the way you said it, I said it. I still can't believe it either. Neither do most of the people on the cell block. I guess school is back in session. I start to explain. Like, that's my nigga over there. I point to Tony. Or me and that nigga type while I point to Larry. I look around. I got him now. As everybody in the cell block begins to nod their head in agreement. Yeah, I got him now. Johnny Boy waits a second, then he makes his rounds to me, to the still smiling faces of our audience. This nigga ain't no good, he points to me first. Now pointing to Tony, says, I hope this nigga ain't trying to move and get a job around here. Moving to Larry, you niggas should have stayed in Africa. You niggas don't belong in this neighborhood that he targets Yolanda. And I hope this nigga ain't my baby daddy, as he points over to Shirley. The now smiling faces start to slowly leave the faces. He goes full circle and makes his way back and a final comment. I don't want no niggas marrying my daughter. Now ain't nobody laughing, nobody smiling. Everybody's quiet, everybody. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own thoughts. I thought about the statements he made to each of us. Even if I didn't want to admit it, it hurt a little bit. What am I lying for? Some of them things hurt a lot. But the only thought that kept ringing in my ear the loudest and the clearest was he didn't say nigger, N-I-G-G-E-R. He said the way I always say it, N-I-G-G-A. He said nigger. Now what am I supposed to do with that? I say nothing. I don't answer back. I don't address the awkward uncomfortableness that's now in the room. I do what I always do. I try to make a joke out of it. I didn't expect you to understand because you're too old. Ding, saved by the bell. Everybody laughs and is also relieved and thankful for that laugh. It saved all of us from the horrible place of having to look at ourselves. Like the lady said, anybody got time for that? Yeah, I was the hero right then. Even though nobody in the cell block would ever admit it, they were glad I busted up Johnny Boy's groove. They were glad. All of them was glad. Mama said I didn't know how to leave well enough alone. I didn't know when I was winning and just to walk away. You already know I didn't take my mama's advice too much. Mama also said I was hard-headed. So I'll take another swing at them. This time I speak for everybody as their new appointed leader. Look, man, I didn't expect you to understand. Like I said, you're too old. Anyway, we don't change the meaning of the word. So you changed it, Johnny Boy says. Yeah, we changed the meaning of the word. I said while looking around at everybody. Everybody's nodding their head in agreement. I'm the leader now. What's that thing he used to say? Yeah, I'm the head nigga in charge. That's right, I'm the head nigga in charge. Johnny Boy makes his way back to the table and sits down. You can tell by the look on his face he's not defeated. I got to give him credit. This joke is tough. He now had a smirk on his face like he's about to ask a question he already knows the answer to. Johnny Boy points to the only white guy in the room, Frankie. He's the guy working in the booth who, by the way, overheard everything while we were talking. Well, I guess he ain't got to hit the bootleg man up today. He got himself a free show. So you mean to tell me if that white C over there was to say, come here, was to come over here and say, hey, nigga, get your sorry behind over here, you wouldn't get mad? That's different, I say. How, he asked. It's a question I couldn't quite answer. I don't know why it was different. It was just different. And everybody knew that. Everybody except for this old fool. I looked up toward the booth now. Even that white boy was laughing. All right, the joke is over. This mess ain't funny no more. Everything in me wanted just to bust that old man right in his face. Man, did I want to hit him. Why was he trying to make a fool out of me? Out of us. Out of niggas. Don't he know he wanted to?
That's powerful, man. And that is the most controversial word, like you said, in the English language. Man, that's powerful, Gary. So, Gary, tell me, why this project? What influenced you to do this project?
Because I had to look at myself. I went to school with a predominantly white school, and I roomed with 5 guys, Caucasian guys. And I remember we would walk the beach having a great time. Somebody would ride around the corner and yell out nigger in front of us and just keep riding. That would mess up my whole day. So I had to start looking at myself and say, why would I respond to this word? Something inside of me identified with it. Or why did I still identify with it? Why did I still let it have power over me? So I started investigating it and finding out that this word does influence a lot of us. A lot of us don't realize it, that it controls our lives and it limits us as to where we think we can go and what we can do. Also, the other thing is that the word nigga, N-I-G-G-A, has crossed racial lines. It has now become a word that is used by Filipinos, by Hispanics. The only problem with the word nigga, N-I-G-G-A, is that people tend to think that it identifies a race of people, black people. And when the Filipinos and when the Spanish people are using it, what they're doing is they're role playing. They're not believing that that's who they are. They're role playing because they watched a rap video or they watched something on TV, so they're role playing and they're acting out. And what our youth
hip hop, they saying like it's hip hop.
Yeah. Our youth believe that this is their race now. This is the first generation of African Americans who actually believe that nigga, N-I-G-G-A, or nigga, N-I-G-G-E-R, is their race. They've embraced it wholesale. And because of the embracing of it wholesale, you have to embrace all of it, even the negative parts of it. You can't, because we use it as a term of endearment in certain circles, but other times we use it just as vilely as the Ku Klux Klan. We'll use that word on each other to defame each other, or to bring each other down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I remember, in the streets of Baltimore, man, I mean, we lived in a pretty nice, middle-class neighborhood. There was a lot of kids. Some of the kids were from, Section 8 single-family households. And there was, those boys, moms went around or had the window open listening to what they were saying out their mouth. They cursed. It was like they're part of the slang. Of course, hip-hop wasn't the word back in the 60s. But it was more like being slick was the word, being cool. You got your cornrows, you got your pants hanging down, and, your T-shirt on, and your Nikes, and that was just part of that, that little, swagger we had. But I know my mom was, like, really totally against it. she was a school teacher. Well, she wasn't a school teacher at the time, but she was like, she was always home, always had the door open. And she said she never wanted to hear that word come out our mouth, my brother and I. And we never did. You know, I used to feel bad if I even tried to say it. And those guys, you know, they used it so loosely. They used it before they even said the guy's name. You know, it was like that was your name. You know?
Well, right now, the word is the most used pronoun. It's used more than any other noun to describe a man. That is amazing. It's used more than any other pronoun in the English language to describe a male. And that's sad. And think about it. I was interviewed by another person, and I told them that it's sad that we don't see anything wrong with it, but any other race, if you would defame them in that kind of way, or use a racial slur as a form of entertainment, they would protest, but we don't.
Yep.
So something's wrong with that.
Right. Yeah, man. Fight break out, man. Yeah, just like, you know, we saw a couple of hip-hop movies, and they have like a white guy, you know, tagging along with them, and then here they having fun, everybody laughing and joking, and soon he slip up and say the word, everybody, the room goes quiet. I mean, quiet, like a pen could drop.
But that's crazy, man. But that's totally hypocritical. If you're going to put it like that, and you're going to call yourself that, and you're going to call yourself that in public, and then you get mad because somebody else uses the same word to describe you when you use that yourself, is totally hypocritical. The reason,
that's our thing.
Yeah, what you said?
Crazy, man. So let me ask you this, man. If you had a conversation right now with the good Dr. King, what you think he would say back to you, man? You know.
Well, he would say, what he would say is that he died for us to have freedom, okay? And if you read my book, I am not telling people not to use the N-word. What I am telling them to do is to understand what it means. Because like I said in my book, people change the meaning of it from moment to moment. And what Dr. King would say is that if I choose not to use it, or I choose not to describe myself that way, what's sad about it is other African Americans will call you a sellout. And that is bondage. And Dr. King did not die for bondage. African Americans trying to put titles or descriptions on what blackness is just as much bondage as white people telling us what we're supposed to be. So I would think Dr. King add to it by saying that this has become another form of bondage. Because if young people are coming up and they don't use the N-word in everyday conversation, their peers will tell them that they're sellouts and they're not acting black enough. And we let people describe us.
Yeah. Now I was going to ask you in your research, you know, let's talk about Africa a little bit, the streets of Africa, you know, because the kids they're in the street playing soccer. Is it used loosely in like Nigeria, you know, place, you know,
it's used loosely in places that are westernized, places that have embraced the hip-hop culture. But if you go into the mainstream culture, they will tell you that they're not, and they don't identify with that. I spoke with an African. I have a friend who's African, and he told me he can't understand us. He said, I don't understand why you guys would defame yourselves and bring yourselves down. And most other people around the world look at us and think that we're crazy and we've lost our mind. Because we've taken the place of the Ku Klux Klan. We insult ourselves. I remember I saw a video years ago about a Ku Klux Klan rally, and the Grand Dragon made a speech that he did not want his children to mix with black people because they would create a mongrel race. All they think about is partying, making babies, and being violent. And if you look at most of the African Americans in the hip-hop community, and this is going to get me in trouble, it always does, and we are portrayed as bad fathers who produce babies. We don't take care of them. We are violent and we like to party. That's what is portrayed. That's it. And as long as you're able to do those things, then you are a real nigga. If you're not able to do those, then you're not. And the sad part about it is that there are black people who are pushing this program, who are pushing this message. It's no longer coming across the Grand Dragon's pulpit. It's coming out of our communities, and it is affecting our children. And what I'm trying to say is that this subculture has now become an identifying mark in the African American community. When white people or Spanish people or Asian people think of the word nigga, that's what they think of, the Nigga. They think of the party, not making babies. And even in the African American community, the same thing. And like I said, I know my message is not popular. I know that.
Yeah, I feel, because this conversation can go deep, because I work with the health department, and I remember some of the problems that were going on in some parts of Baltimore City where it was low income and low poverty levels. The houses that were rented had high elevated levels of lead paint in them, and they were something chemically went wrong with the paint after 20 years, and it would break down an environment. And what was happening was that the females, when they absorbed the lead got into their body, went into their bones, some kind of way the bones held the lead. And then when when the women were pregnant and they were having males, the lead would release to the male babies, and then what it would do, it attacks the brain cells. So they found out, like in areas of Baltimore City, like Douglas High School was an example. They found out there was a high rate. They wanted to know what was going on, why these young boys were doing well in elementary school, middle school, but then when it was time to go to high school, they were so far behind in their learning that they just dropped out by the 9th and 10th grade, and they found out that these kids had high elevated levels of lead paint, but they weren't just getting it in the house alone from eating it. It just waited a certain period of time before it released itself and started eating up their brain cells, and these guys weren't able to learn, do anything with themselves to get a decent paying job, and next thing you know, they were in the streets forming gangs and stuff like that. So that was a study that was going on, man. And so I feel so bad because those guys end up and had nowhere to go but down, and a lot of them were locked up for getting in trouble just because they were trying to survive,
And it's the same. That analogy you used about the lead paint is the same thing. I think it is more sad that a message or an ideology is being preached and absorbed into our culture, and it is having the same. It is causing people to not be able to stay gainfully employed, not be able to on a job, not be able to take care of their children. It's having the same effect, and as a matter of fact, it's affecting more than the people that are in the housing projects. Because I heard about that same study. It is affecting children, middle class. We have middle class children who want to be gangsters. We have kids whose parents work real hard. They're pulling down $80,000 a year, got them in a nice suburban home, and the kid wants to be a gangster because of culture that's being pushed out there.
Yeah, and the thing about it is some of the guys in the gangs don't even want to be gangsters no more. They want to live a normal life. But, you think about some of the opportunities out here. I'm like, for example, this show. I don't know how many times I have an author on this show I had a guy who was in jail for more than 17 years, and he just couldn't wait till he got out, and he wanted to pen. He just wanted to pen his life. And this guy found out he had a natural writing his ability, his talent. And now he owns his own publishing company, and he has other people under him making a lot of money. I mean, some of those guys on Facebook flashing dollars from book sales. So it's just like, and it was, I was thinking about you before you got on the show when we was talking about, I was thinking about some of the opportunities that our black men miss, because they don't want to be creative. Then I said, wow, maybe they can't. Maybe something is so messed up in them. Because if you ever talk to some of the guys that are drug lords, they have guys that's slow working for them. They can't even be a street dealer. They just only could be a lookout. That's as far as they can go. So if that's all you could do on the street, what else can he can't even work in a store because he can't count money. He don't know how to work the cash register. They just could sit and play video games, because they just watch. They're used to watching, looking at images. I don't know, man. It's just so deep, bro. This thing, man. You gonna do a documentary, man?
No. I'm still trying to push the book. I'm still trying to push this message. As I said, it's not popular. The sad thing about it is my Caucasian brothers are buying the book more than the African American people, and finding that they like it. I get rave reviews from the book because the book is not about what people think about. It's not about African Americans in a sense. It's about being described by one word. Because one of my my readers. That's one of the reviews she gave. She says, what I learned from the book is how horrible it is to be described by one word. And this young lady was, and she's saying that the African American people have been reduced to one word. We don't want to admit it, and we cannot. I have a quote in my book that says that if we are being abused, and if we are being downtrodden, and if we are being hurt in any way by an oppressor or being oppressed, we cannot expect our oppressors to free us. We must, to voluntarily free us, we must find the strength to free ourselves. And we have been waiting around, Dr. King, for oppressors to free us. And we are constantly putting our foot on our own neck, and we will not take that foot off. By having conversations like this, I've had conversations like this with a lot of people, and I get a backlash from this. I get a backlash like, come on, man, it ain't that deep. Come on, man, you're talking about hip-hop. Come on, man. And the bottom line is that foot is doing more damage to us than the Klan ever did. And did Jim Crow did. And now we're on Martin Luther King's birthday, and we're talking about this issue. This is the number one issue. People keep talking about, what's going on in our communities, why brothers are killing themselves. They're killing themselves because of this. That's why they're killing themselves, because about Black Lives Matter, they don't matter to other black people. And until they matter to other black people, we'll keep on pulling that trigger, because they do not matter. People shoot down another brother in a second, not bat an eye.
Yeah, man. This kind of subject is deep, man, because then you think about, who's the real enemy? We're enemies to ourselves. I was sitting in an auditorium today listening to this professor. Well, he's actually a president of a college, university. And I think he said it was like his 10th university. He's been president, something like that. And he gave a wonderful presentation on Dr. King, having a conversation with Dr. King, and and how it went, and he was saying, here, this guy, he has 3 degrees. He got on the elevator in a luxury condominium building where he lives, where he pays probably what some of us pay, like twice, for our mortgage, and with a receptionist that's there around the clock. And he was on the elevator. Said he was dressed down. He had his, not dressed down, but he was hooked. He said he had his Brooks Brothers suit on. He had his dress hat on tip. He had his, his nice coat, his Kenneth Cole briefcase. His shoes were shining. He said the elevator door opened, and this white woman was attempting to get on, and she stopped and backed up and didn't get on the elevator. And he was like, like, oh, what's up? Then, the door closed. He said, you getting on this elevator? She said, I'll wait for the next one. Oh, okay. So he went on up. He got up there. He said he was so upset. He went down to see the reception. He said, did you see what happened? And she said, yeah, I was looking at the monitor, and I saw this woman back up. Did somebody have a dog on the elevator? He said, no, I was on the elevator. She said, what? He said, there was no dog. It was just me. And she said, oh, my God. And she apologized. She said, this happened in November. He said, this receptionist still apologized to him. Dude, that's crazy. And then thinking about what you're talking about now, the world still, it's like, it's so messed up, man.
The world still views us as violent thugs. And if we are to dispel that myth, having images constantly bombarding the TV stations and the radio stations is not helping our cause. Of course, this woman is a racist, and of course she believes a myth that all black men are violent and vicious. But what in the world are we doing to dispel that myth? No, we pouring gasoline on the fire. We're keeping it